Meeting to order. Jim, if you want to do the invocation, if Martha, you do the pledge,
Sure.
that'd be great.
Sure. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for being able to gather here together, privilege that we've not been able to take advantage of in such numbers and form and fashion for so many months. And we pray that you give us the grace and wisdom in our deliberations tonight to exercise prudent judgment and listen to each other's viewpoints and take all matters into consideration. We pray especially for our former mayor, Billy Joy, who we are honoring here tonight, and we pray for the health and welfare of all those who continue to be affected by the pandemic. We ask all things in your name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Adrian.
Thank you, Mayor. Before we start our business for this evening, I'll go over just a couple of housekeeping rules for those of you that have not been with us in this room since we've opened it up for public meetings. The restrooms are through those double doors and down the hall on the left, so help yourself. There's a water fountain back there as well. With the loosening of the COVID restrictions, masks are not required for the meeting, and social distancing is not required for everyone who has been fully vaccinated. We do have masks at the table up front, and we did push the rows a little bit closer to try to get some more seats in here because we expected a big turnout for this meeting, but just do what makes you feel comfortable regarding the COVID-19. As always, I'll go over our vision statement that the City Council adopted. The Belmont will be a vibrant, multi-generational community that incorporates small-town charm and heritage with an entrepreneurial spirit. We also have adopted core values that we use for our meetings and how we conduct our business. We do have a zoning public hearing, which I'm sure most of you are here for. If you want to speak for that zoning public hearing, there's a sign-up sheet at the table in the front of the room by the podium, so make sure that you've signed up if you wish to speak. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. And so for the agenda for this special meeting, we'll start off with a proclamation recognizing Mayor Billy Joy and Mayor Billy Joy Appreciation Day that we recognized this past Saturday. And then we have one item for business before we get to the rezoning public hearing. And that is to authorize Chief Hawkins to sign a mutual aid agreement that expires at the end of this month for another 3-year term, so that we can provide assistance to other jurisdictions and other jurisdictions can provide police assistance to Belmont. This is something that's commonplace. It's a 3-year agreement that is expiring, so we need to renew that. And then we'll go into the public hearing and then consider action after the public hearing for the rezoning. So with that, per your new rules and procedures, you'll need to set the agenda with the 3 items, and then we'll move forward with the proclamation.
I'll move to set the agenda.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Ready for the presentation?
So Mayor Joy, if you'd like to come up to the front, please. If your family would like to join you.
The little train that can, gonna make it. Congratulations, Billy.
Thank you.
Good to see you, buddy. Well deserved. How you been doing? Good to see you. Hey, Cindy, you can be up here with us, yeah. Yeah. Well, we're gonna make a proclamation here, okay? You don't have to dance. I do want to say one thing before we get started though. Years ago, we had a softball hitting contest down Davis Park, remember that? A softball hitting contest?
Oh, yeah.
You beat me by 15 feet.
Uh-oh.
He's a competitor. Yeah, he's a
I'm
competitor.
sorry for each other.
He won the contest. This is a proclamation recognizing May 22nd, 2021 as Mayor Billy Joy Day in the city of Belmont. Whereas Billy Joy was born in his grandparents' mill home in Belmont on May 22nd, 1941, and as a son and grandson of textile workers, Billy grew up in Belmont and enjoyed the rich traditions and stories of this community. And whereas after playing football at William Penn College, that's in Pennsylvania, right?
Iowa.
Iowa, okay.
Everybody thinks that, Penn.
Yeah, you think so, yeah. All right. But Billy served his country as a fighter pilot in the Air Force and later in the North Carolina and Montana Air National Guard, guarding both the northern and southern borders of the United States. And whereas after he retired as squadron commander and a lieutenant colonel in the North Carolina National Guard, Billy and his wife of 57 years, Libby Joy, returned home to Belmont and raised 3 daughters. And whereas Billy was elected as mayor of Belmont, serving between 1975 and 92, and again between 1997 and 2005, as well as a member of the North Carolina House of Representatives. And I remember when you were up there, yeah. Serving a total of 25 years as mayor and 2 years as a state legislator. And whereas Mayor Billy Joy worked on many issues facing the Belmont community and its residents, and he worked hard to help the Southern Benedictine Society survive financial hardships by allowing the commercial development of its property for the Walmart, Lowe's, and other businesses, thus allowing Belmont Abbey to remain a vibrant part of Belmont. Whereas Mayor Billy Joy also serves his beloved community as a Mason, Shriner, and member of the American Legion, as a Sunday school teacher and as a lay reader at Holy Comfort Lutheran Church, as an avid supporter of the South Point High School and its athletic teams. Go Raiders.
Yeah.
Go Raiders. Now therefore, I, Charles Martin, Mayor of the City of Belmont, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim May 22nd, 2021 as Mayor Billy Joy Appreciation Day.
Thank
Let's
you
give
so
him a big
much.
hand, guys. Not only that, but we have a teacher of the city. Got that, huh? Yeah. You ever get one before?
I got 2.
I thought you had. Well, here's another
Well,
one.
this one works, they said. They've changed the
This
lock.
one works, yeah, they changed the lock.
He'll be back. Yeah.
That's great.
Thank y'all. so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
God bless you, man.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Been a
And
good family of
appreciate
Belmont.
everybody here that knows Billy. It's been great.
Yeah.
It's been great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone that knows you, Dad, you're
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Hey, Dad.
Get us together. Get us all in here. Thank you.
Buckle my shirt.
This has really made this weekend. It's been wonderful.
1, 2, 3, smile. And I'm gonna take over my phone.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Then we'll see you guys.
Yeah, thank you a lot. Appreciate that.
Well deserved.
I'm the youngest, Sherry.
May 22nd, Saturday. I turned 80.
He's doing really good.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you, my attorney.
Yeah.
Thank all you good folks.
Yes, we're getting out there here so they can do.
Do you know the council?
Yeah.
Mark Steelinger, Richard Turner?
Mark's over here.
Start over here. Mark Sillinger's over here.
Ryan Swift, I'm at.
You know me, I'm
I'm
Mark.
gonna start out on this side. That's Mark Seelinger here, Martha Stowe, Jim Hefford, Richard Turner, and Ryan Shrift.
Richard used to be my neighbor.
All right.
Thank y'all again. We're
Thank
getting
Of course, you know
All right.
George Wilson. too, so.
Yeah, you don't have to sit
Take
there.
care, guys. God bless. screwed that up, didn't I? Oh, well. We have several people signed up for public
Wait.
comment.
Well, we have
Go to the
our
resolution.
law enforcement mutual assistance.
Okay,
So the first item on the agenda for
Yeah.
action is a resolution authorizing the police chief to enter into a law enforcement mutual assistance agreement with other law enforcement agencies. And Chief Hawkins is here to answer any questions, but this is an agreement that we've been a part of for years and years and years with agencies in Gaston County and throughout the Charlotte region that allows us to operate in other jurisdictions upon request and allows other jurisdictions to operate in Belmont upon request. So Chief, is there anything else?
No, as Adrian said, it's just a formality. Just helps us to assist other agencies that assist us, and without these mutual aid agreements, then it would really tie our hands to have the proper resources that we needed should we have a major event, as unfortunately you've seen around the country in recent times. But also, it's really just a formality because the law actually legislation changed recently that you do not even have to sign this, but the legal municipality just does it as an extra cover for us. This has been in place for many years.
I don't have any questions.
I'll make a motion that we approve the resolution.
we hear a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Congratulations, chief.
Thank you.
Got that done anyway.
So now we'll go into the public hearing. So we'll have, as the format, for those of you that haven't been to our public hearings before, we'll have the staff presentation, the applicant can speak on the request, and then we'll open it up for the public to speak for 3 minutes.
I'll make a motion, we go into public hearing.
Second.
Got a second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, we're in public hearing now.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. For the record, I am Shelley DeHart, Planning Director for the City and Project Planner for this zoning amendment case 2020-02. This is a request to amend zoning classification for tax parcel ID 188444. This is a 462-acre site located on the south side of Armstrong Ford Road. The property owner is Belmont number 1 US 321 74 Bypass and Southeast Land Management. The applicant is the Polte Group. That team is led by Fred Matrulli. The applicant's representative here tonight is Bridget Grant with Moore and Van Allen. So this zoning classification change request is to change the zoning district from a existing parallel district of general residential traditional neighborhood development to a general residential neighborhood center commercial conditional zoning district. This property also has an overlay, the South Fork overlay that ties it directly to this South Fork small area plan in the adopted comprehensive land use plan. So this amendment is proposed to accommodate an 809-unit age-restricted residential community that includes a commercial village center located adjacent to Armstrong Ford Road. Now I'm going to take a minute to just talk about the process itself, a zoning map amendment. North Carolina General Statute provides cities direction in how they can proceed with a rezone. There are two pathways. First is a conditional zoning. That is a legislative act where no conditions of approval may be placed on a zoning action. That means the council cannot consider any promises of proposed use or types of building, architectural requirements. It basically entitles development consistent with the minimum requirements of the ordinance. Now, a conditional zoning pathway, it provides us a very important tool to consider special limitations of a site, conditions, and development design tied to the legislative action. So you're approving the legislative action of changing the district along with a site plan that identifies uses, building types, architectural recommendations, and we can place conditions on the action. The benefits of this action is that it allows a lot of collaboration, predictability, and transparency for the community, the development team, and decision makers. So this project of 462 acres of this size is a very large project for our city. We haven't seen a project this large since the McLean development that was also a conditional zoning action. So the presentation tonight will be delivered with a brief background of the site, an overview of the original project proposal, the planning board meeting discussion and recommendation, an overview of the modified plans that you are considering tonight, then a deep dive into the transportation component and analysis for this project. We will then go back to wrap up this discussion with a review of the South Fork Small Area Plan and potential findings of consistency with the adopted plans, and then we'll be glad to take any questions. Staff's presentation will be followed by the applicant's presentation. Again, Bridget Grant is here this evening representing the applicant. And we did allow for time for, during the deep dive on the transportation discussion, to answer any transportation-related questions when our city's consultant, Brady Finkley, is up at the podium. So with that, I'll start with the background. So the map you're looking at is a map of the subject site. It's 462 acres. It's bounded on the south and west by the South Fork River. It is bounded on the north by Armstrong Ford Road. On the north side of that road, there is the communities in Cramerton. That's their jurisdiction. They have the community of Timberlake as well as courtyards at Cramerton. And then to the east, we have Belmont existing communities at Point Crossing and South Point Ridge, as well as the developing community of Amberley, which is located off of Nixon Road. The map you are seeing on the screen is the zoning designations, existing zoning designations for the area. So as you note, the subject property is a parallel district. It has GR, general residential, as well as traditional neighborhood development. The lines on the subject property and to the properties on the south represent the zoning overlay district of the South Fork overlay that again directly ties it to the small area plan approved by City Council in 2018. The pink area to the east is the zoning classification for general residential within the city of Belmont. To the north, you'll see the northeast, there's some purple at the top of the screen. That is actually a light industrial designation within the town of Cramerton. The light yellow to the north of Armstrong Ford Road is residential classifications for the town of Cramerton. And if you look across the South Fork, there's B2, which again is in Cramerton. It's a low intense commercial district, but it's primarily residential across the South Fork. So there's a little bit of diversity within the existing zoning of the subject area. So I've mentioned multiple times the South Fork overlay that ties the development of this property to the small area plan for the South Fork area. This was the small area plan. The map on the left was incorporated within the approved comprehensive land use plan, was part of the update that was approved in 2018. The bright white star is the subject property. Now, that area was envisioned to have mixed-use centers, we call them village centers, that would allow commercial use as well as higher density residential. So it could have apartments above commercial, townhomes. That was expected in the red areas of this map. The yellow areas were intended to be for single family residential use with a density of about 3 dwelling units to the acre. The green area was planned open space within the planning area. Now, you'll note the white line that runs from the northern boundary along the eastern side of this map. It goes through all 1,100 acres of the small area plan. That is a future planned 4-lane divided collector road. It is, the name of that is the South Fork Parkway. It was earlier known as the Belmont Mount Holly Loop. So that has been planned for some time to be a parallel road to South Point Road. If you look at the map on the right, that is a closer look at the proposed South Fork Parkway that runs along the eastern side of the subject property and actually all the way back down to South Point Road through this small area plan. So I'm going to take a closer look at the natural setting. This property has very diverse topography. There are some steep slopes in the area. There's an intermittent stream located on the north side of the property towards the top there. There's floodplain wetlands, and of course it's directly adjacent to the South Fork, which is classified as an impaired waterway. So to start considering a project, all of these factors play a role, including the future land use plan for that area. So the applicant has submitted a petition to rezone this area to a Del Webb age-restricted community consisting of 809 single-family detached home lots on 449 acres of the entire site. That equates to 1.8 dwelling units to the acre development. It was proposed with 100 acres of open space, 106 acres of tree canopy preservation, and the associated roadway network did include the future planned 4-way divided road referred to as the South Fork Parkway. There are other off-site intersection improvements planned directly tied to the traffic impact analysis that was done for this project. Again, we will get into a deep dive on the discussion of transportation later on. With this project, it does include a future neighborhood commercial center on 13 acres. This is proposed in an area consistent with the approved small area plan. The only difference is the small area plan envisioned for intense use, a mixed-use center. So again, it could have some apartments above the commercial or townhomes. However, the applicant is committing to solely non-residential uses within that 13-acre area. Through the conditional zoning process, the applicant is requesting relief in the area of minimum lot width to accommodate their product type, as well as exceeding some maximum block lengths, which is permissible within the ordinance if they can demonstrate some environmental constraints such as very steep topography. So there is relief written into the ordinance, but it still has to be approved by City Council. So here is a color rendering of the proposed site plan. So we'll start with the sort of pinkish area near the northeast corner of the development. This is the neighborhood commercial center that is proposed on 13 acres. Again, this is proposed to be non-residential uses only, which is less intense than what was envisioned in the small area plan. Within the small area plan, there was a waterfront park envisioned to be located at the southwest corner of the subject property. That would require users to drive completely through the community to be able to access this waterfront park. Discussions and collaboration with the applicant, the waterfront park was moved to the northern area for better access to the community. The applicant is proposing to dedicate this 21-acre area to the city. It also doubles as a trailhead where the applicant has committed to constructing a 2.7-mile length of a natural greenway trail along the western border, along the South Fork area. Greenways such as this are considered an extension of a linear park. The design along the waterfront actually goes around the southern point and heads back in the east direction. It terminates in an area that can be continued with any future development to the south. So we made sure there was a good connection point to continue this public greenway. Consistent with the approved plan, they are proposing to dedicate the right-of-way for the future South Fork Parkway, again, a 4-lane divided road. There's about a mile distance in total throughout their site. They're proposing to build just under 3/4 of a mile length of the 4-lane divided roadway that includes curb, gutters, sidewalk, as well as bike lanes, landscape median, and so forth. Now, the project was evaluated with 2 access points. The preferred access of the South Fork Parkway at Armstrong Ford would align with Eastwood. However, through the TIA process in coordination with NCDOT preferred option B, which was primary access at Armstrong Ford Road across from Cimarron. However, both were considered in the TIA, and we will go into a greater discussion about that in a few minutes. So the project, again, proposed about 22% open space area. Originally, this far exceeds the minimum open space for the amount of lots of 7% would be required. They're proposing 22%. There's 106 acres of tree protection. There's been lengthy discussions about extra water quality, BMP controls that, again, I'll go into a little later. There's enhanced architectural commitments, and originally they proposed a minimum 50-foot buffer, which you'll see later has been expanded. So the table you're looking at is the standards per the Land Development Code for the general residential zone. So the middle column represents what is permitted within the general residential zoning classification, and then the far right column is what is proposed. So within a general residential zone, it's restricted to residential use. However, by right, a developer could propose that 30% of the total unit count could be developed as townhomes or an alley detached product. That typically nets more units because of the smaller lot size. The applicant is proposing all single-family detached homes within this development. The zoning classification with the South Fork overlay restricts the maximum dwelling units to 3 dwelling units to the acre. That does not include the mixed-use village centers. The applicant is proposing 1.8 dwelling unit under 2 within this area, so less dense than what could be possible. With regard to minimum lot width, the minimum lot width for single-family detached street lot is 55 feet wide. The applicant is proposing 3 different lot widths to accommodate their product type. They're proposing a 42-foot wide lot, a 52-foot wide lot, and a 70-foot wide lot. As you note here, the 42-foot wide lot and the 52-foot wide lot will need relief through the conditional zoning process. Maximum height within the district is 2.5 stories. They're proposing a maximum of 2. On-site parking is consistent with the ordinance. Now, under architectural requirements, North Carolina state law does not allow jurisdictions to establish architectural regulations for single-family detached homes. However, the applicant, through discussions, is committing to enhanced architectural requirements and conditions. They include wall cladding. It's a mix of material, primarily cementitious fiberboard with a mix of brickstone and shake, enhanced garage door treatments, and I'll go into a little more detail in a minute or two. With regard to setbacks, the applicant is meeting the setbacks for the zoning classification. So I'm going to talk about the 13-acre neighborhood center commercial area. Again, this was planned within the small area plan as a mixed-use area. That zoning classification does allow commercial, residential, office, and civic uses. However, the applicant has agreed to conditions to restrict it to non-residential uses only within that area. They would have to follow the ordinance with allowed uses as primarily, again, office, general retail, grocery store, pharmacy, and so forth. With regard to building types, the NCC zoning classification, since it's envisioned for a mixed-use district, does allow residential building types and so forth. They have restricted the building types to non-residential building types only to be consistent with the restricted uses. Now, I want to emphasize that this area, if the project's approved, will go through a master plan process, through the site plan review process, in which it will be evaluated on architecture. We do have architectural requirements found within Chapter 4 for commercial building types. It will have to meet the tree ordinance, parking, lighting, and so forth. It will have to meet all the requirements of the code, and the architecture will have to be in keeping with what was envisioned for the South Fork small area plan, which you can see some examples on the lower part of this screen. So I'm going to take a minute to talk about the environmental aspects. So this process of conditional zoning has brought forth a lot of collaborations with environmental stakeholders, the general public, staffs of not only Belmont, but Gaston County, and discussions with even Mecklenburg County employees. So near the community meeting, the environmental agencies reached out to staff and the applicant and voiced some concerns regarding water quality of the South Fork waterway. And again, it is an impaired waterway. Through these discussions, the environmental stakeholders provided a list of various BMPs that they would like to see this project conditioned to meet that are focused in the area: post-construction, active construction, and erosion control measures. These requests exceed or above the requirements found in local, state, and county regulations. The applicant has committed to, I would say, about 85% of these conditions. However, you will hear later that there's a couple that the agencies would still like to see implemented. Um, so I'm going to leave that discussion to later and talk about the architecture. So we were able, staff, some of the council members and planning board members were able to take a tour of the Del Webb community in Fort Mill. So we were able to see the community in a built environment, looking at the architecture, building material, and some of the enhancements of the community. And it gave us a real good start to talk about architectural commitments. And the applicant has committed to certain building materials enhanced. Again, the state law doesn't allow us to establish regulations, but they are being volunteered to. So there are enhanced building materials, the style of homes, enhanced features such as gables, garage door windows, and a minimum mix of materials. Now, we were concerned on the smaller lots. They are requesting reduced lot width to accommodate their smaller product. You can see some examples on the bottom of the screen. Now, these smaller products have a more prominent garage, so that was a concern for staff. And through discussions, we were able to come up with what we think are some good architectural enhancement to reduce the appearance of that prominent garage. What the lower left slide shows where they've created walls and a gateway, creating a courtyard in front of the front door that extends out near the end of the garage, activating that space. The middle and far right picture, they have constructed trellises that come out from the front of the home on the side of the garage out towards the very front of the garage, again extending the architecture and space to take away some of that appearance of a very prominent garage. So we were very happy with where we landed on this. This architectural feature. So overall, here are some examples of their products on the large, medium, and small lots. Again, you can see there's a lot of architectural enhancements, gables, mix of materials, enhanced garages, and again, we're very happy with the enhancements on the smaller product. So working with the applicant on the preparation of this project led us to the requirement of the community meeting. This is between the applicant and the community. It was held on March 3rd. It was still during sort of the peak of the pandemic, and so it was held virtually on WebEx. It was very well attended. The questions and concerns voiced were primarily in the area of water quality, transportation, questions about the anticipated non-residential uses proposed in the commercial center, and the ability to age restrict the community as a whole. All of the minutes from the meeting and the attendees are in attachment C of your report. So that then prepared us to take the project to the planning board. The project was presented to the Planning and Zoning Board on March 18th. Again, the primary discussions about this project was focused in the area of transportation, specifically traffic, water quality, and block lengths. There were some recommendations that came out of that meeting from the planning board, and ultimately at the end of that meeting on the 18th, the planning board actually continued the meeting to the 25th to allow time for staff and the environmental stakeholders and the applicant's team to meet again to further discuss some of the proposed erosion control measures. The project returned to the Planning and Zoning Board on March 25th. There were some additional commitments made in the area of the erosion control measures. Ultimately, the Planning and Zoning Board recommended a conditional approval to the City Council. It was a 4-3 vote with support of the findings for the project, and is being transmitted to you as such. Now, this project typically goes right, the public hearing for a project typically goes right from the planning board to the city council the following month, which would have landed the the public hearing in April. The applicant contacted the city and requested that it be postponed to sometime in May to allow them time to further look at their project, do some more engineering, take some of the considerations and recommendations from the planning board and to adjust their plan. They resubmitted their plan in early May, and the plans have been slightly modified, which I want to go over some of the modifications. That's the plan you are seeing before you tonight. So to help break up the block lengths, the planning board recommended that open space be used to break up the block length. The applicant's team went back and did such, reviewed it, inserted some open space areas that ultimately reduced street length by 2,900 linear feet, and it actually increased the open space area for the project overall to 28% of the site. So that was a nice adjustment. There were 2 road connections that were originally planned into the Amberley subdivision. They actually connected into the same street, Armstrong Farm Road within Amberley. They just came from one from the north and one from the west. They have removed one of the connections, the one on the north. That's where the steeper topography was located, and that ultimately reduced unnecessary grading and infrastructure within that area. But again, there's still a direct connection into the Amberley subdivision on Armstrong Farm Road. Now, in making all of these adjustments, they did modify their lot size distributions, and I want to go over that. So overall, the original plan was 809 lots. This modified plan still has 809 lots. What has shifted is the percentage of distributions between the 42, 52, and 70-foot wide lots. So the 42-foot wide lot distribution was originally at 25%. It gained additional lots and was increased to 26%. The 52-foot wide lots were proposed at 50%. Originally, it dropped down to 49%. And the 70-foot wide lots, although the lot numbers changed, the distribution remained the same at 25%. A couple of other changes within the plan. They still evaluated the stormwater measures, and they have incorporated an average of a 100-foot buffer provided from the South Fork River. It's identified within the development notes. They have proposed to remove curb, gutter, and sidewalk adjacent to Armstrong Ford Road. Now, staff considered this, and we actually support the removal of curb and gutter to reduce the impervious area. We have the intermittent stream near the north side of the north property line, and reducing sedimentation and stormwater in that area made sense, but we believe that a 10-foot wide multi-use path should still be required to ensure that there's multimodal connection along the front of that project. Existing Armstrong Ford Road on the north side, and that's the Cramerton side, does not have curb, gutter, or sidewalk. So as far as curb and gutter would match the north side of the street, there would not be any with the ditch cross section, but we would provide a multi-use path along the entire frontage. Now, with regard to the South Fork Parkway alignment, the adopted plans had envisioned the connection, the primary access at Eastwood Drive. The TIA that was done for the project evaluated 2 connection points, one across from Cimarron, one at Eastwood Drive. And that's because there were a lot of constraints identified along the Eastwood Drive connection. So based on the TIA review and consultation with NCDOT, they approved the TIA with the primary access at Cimarron and not Eastwood Drive, but the applicant had indicated they would still dedicate the right-of-way. Well, we have continued discussions about making this is our preferred alignment, although traffic's being mitigated no matter which access point is ultimately built. The preferred alignment is the one in the future land use plan that would align with Eastwood Drive. I have to say I'm very excited to hear that discussions have continued between the applicant and the city, exploring options for possible partnerships to make this preferred alignment happen. I believe besides our management having discussions with the applicant, that our neighboring jurisdiction, the town of Cramerton, has been involved, and I'll look to the city manager to fill us in if you have some breaking news or.
I don't know how breaking it is, but yes, you'll recall that the town of Cramerton approved a resolution supporting the alignment of the Southport Parkway at the intersection opposite Eastwood. And subsequent to that resolution, we've had some discussions with the town of Cramerton, and they are willing to work with us to come up with a solution to make that alignment at Eastwood instead of Cimarron. So if this project is approved, we will continue working with DOT on that alignment, but the town of Cramerton wants to be a partner with us to find a solution to that.
And Adrian, I think you said we'd have a fairly decently large time frame to work out this kind of detail. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah, we should have at least a year to work through all those details.
And there are conditions already in the ordinance that would allow the ability for continued resolution of that option, even in the form of partnerships. So that's a great segue into our deep dive into transportation. So I will start this out and then turn it over to the city's transportation consultants, Brady Finkley and Steve Blakely. So the project overall is proposed with a hierarchy of roadway that is designed connections to existing streets into Amberley, onto Nixon Road, and so forth. And there's a good grid pattern of internal roadways. The site was designed with multimodal in mind that is consistent with their plans: curb gutter, sidewalk, bike lanes, as well as a public greenway, which again, we are very happy for the ability to preserve some waterfront property that can be enjoyed by the general public. So that is a great commitment by the development team. Now, development impacts to the existing roadway network were evaluated within the TIA, the traffic impact analysis. And again, I'll turn it over to the city's transportation consultants. Now, they do work for the city and represent the city in the preparation and evaluation of all traffic impact analysis. So I'll turn it over to Brady.
Thank you, Shelley. Mayor, council, good evening. Thank you for having me here again tonight. For the record, name is Brady Finkley, Kimley Horn and Associates. Address is 200 South Tryon Street, Suite 200, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202. And we were contracted on behalf of the city to perform the traffic impact analysis for the city's TIA ordinance. Also have Steve Blakely here with me as well, same address. and we both worked together as a part of this traffic impact analysis. Shelley gave a great overview of more of the on-site elements of a development. What we are focused on with the TIA is more of the off-site impacts. And so we're going to give a high-level overview of the traffic impact study that we performed, and we'll be happy to answer any kind of detailed questions that you have once we walk through the presentation. So I always like to start out with this slide, and just as a reminder of the purpose of a development TIA. As the city's ordinance states, it is to evaluate and identify the incremental traffic impacts caused by a proposed development on the surrounding transportation system and identify the mitigation improvements to offset those incremental impacts. So the purpose of a TIA is not to necessarily correct existing deficiency of the transportation system, but instead to identify and then mitigate those incremental impacts that the site has on the surrounding transportation infrastructure. And of course, the TIA is performed consistent with city and NCDOT mitigation requirements. So just some general notes. This TIA did meet the threshold for requiring a TIA for both the city and NCDOT based on the number of trips that are expected to be generated. Of course, the city, NCDOT, Gaston, Cleveland, Lincoln Metropolitan Planning Organization, which is GCL-MPO, as well as the applicant, were all involved in the scoping of the TIA, as well as the review and approval of the TIA. I will note that the TIA for NCDOT went beyond just the local district. It did go to Congestion Management's office up in Raleigh to review and was approved by them as well. So I'm going to start out with the trip generation and build out of the proposed development. As you can see on your screen, this is the for the full build out of the site being 808 senior living age restricted units plus 130,000 square feet of commercial space. For the AM, it is 744 trips are generated, and for the PM, 996 trips are generated. And that reflects the internal capture and the pass-by components of the trip generation. On the bottom of the screen, you'll see the build-out years that were assumed for the TIA purposes as provided by the applicant. The site is proposed to be phased in 3 different phases. Phase 1 and Phase 2 are both the residential components of the site, and Phase 3 being the commercial component of the site. So Phase 1, the first component of the residential 2025, and then Phase 2 and 3, the residential and then the commercial, were both assumed for TIA purposes to be built out in 2029. I will mention that at Planning Board, there was a question that came up about the senior living trip generation, and there were some references that were provided to us, and so we did some looking into those and see what those consisted of. And I think there were 3 references. Those articles were from 1996, 2006, and 2007. And from what we can tell, have since been incorporated into the subsequent editions of ITE's trip generation manual. At those times, I believe those were the 5th and 7th editions of ITE trip generation manual. We're currently on the 10th edition, with the 11th edition planned to come out later this year. And they just continue to compile data and incorporates that information. And on that component too, so just to clarify, the residential was based on the applicant, the residential homes are planned to be deed restricted, and so because they are deed restricted, we're able to use that senior living component. So here's the site plan zooming out. You have Armstrong Ford kind of working from your southwest over the South Fork River up to the northeast, with Cimarron, as you can see, as it connects, and then to Eastwood. For the TIA purposes, we evaluated the site under with this 3 access points assumed, with an option, 2 different options that Shelley got into about with access 1. So an option of Armstrong Ford connecting into Eastwood, and option B being access one connecting at Cimarron. And we'll dive into that a little bit more here in just a couple of slides. The second access that was assumed was an extension of Nixon Road through the Amberley development. So there was some traffic that was that will be able to use Nixon and to continue over to South Point Road and R.L. Stowe. And a third connection, this was only evaluated under phase 3 of the commercial because it was a right in, right out connection into the commercial development along Armstrong Ford. So zooming in a bit, so you have Armstrong Ford again from the southwest. You see the South Fork River on the very bottom of the screen. The Timberlake neighborhood across the street from the site, and up to the top of the screen you see Eastwood. We did evaluate the TIA under 2 options, and this was really through a lot of discussion. So when we first had the scoping meeting, when we received the site plan, there was a lot of discussion about requiring the access to Armstrong Ford to line up with Eastwood, and that was because there was a GCL MPO had identified through the city and NCDOT what was then referred to as the Belmont Mount Holly Loop, or also the Belmont Mount Holly Connector. We're now referring to it as the South Fork Parkway. That alignment had been adopted and included in both the Comprehensive Transportation Plan, the CTP, as well as the MTP, which is more the financially constrained plan. And along with that MTP alignment, GCL MPO, I forget which year, but prior to the proposed development we're discussing here, they had designed or performed a functional layout of the alignment, basically to go ahead and start to put some curvature and some put a true alignment to what that Belmont Mount Holly loop could look like. And what that was shown to do was run along the east side of the proposed South Fork development plan and connect into Armstrong Ford at Eastwood and continue north. And so because of that, we had assumed that that was going to be the access to line up with Armstrong Ford. As we were discussing through the scoping process before the TI really got kicked off, the development team had raised some concerns about that alignment and connecting into Eastwood for a couple of different reasons. On the east side, there is a Duke easement that runs parallel to where you see the orange line connecting to Eastwood, and it crosses Armstrong Ford immediately east of Eastwood. And then you also have residential properties on both the northwest quadrant of the intersection and the southeast quadrant. And so there was some concern of, okay, if we can't make that work, we don't want to go down this whole path, and because a lot of the TIA will be predicated on what we assume in terms of access here. What if we develop 2 different option alternatives and run both of those alternatives? And what that resulted in was 2 sets of transportation requirements. And so that's what we did. So the TIA that was performed, reviewed, and approved, as you go through it, you'll see an option A and an option B. So basically, if we're able to get option A to work, we would just ignore option B, and vice versa. If we couldn't get option A to work, we would settle on option B improvements. As Shelley was stated earlier, it was the intent of everyone involved at the time for option A to be the preferred access, especially from the city. The development team was on board with that as well. It was after the TIA process had gone through, and we provided a. Let me jump to the next slide. Okay, so here's the functional design of the South Fork Parkway. And then here's what I was getting to. So after the TIA concluded and we were focused on, can we make this connection work? The development team and the city asked us, Kinley Horn, to put together some kind of concept to dive into, can we make that connection work potentially without moving any of those transmission line poles that you can see the towers, one just south, directly south of the intersection, another one north of the intersection where that curve is. Moving those transmission towers is extremely expensive. And then also without potentially, do we have to take, if we didn't do that, can we fit in this alignment without significant impacts and a total take of that residential property to the northwest? And this is the alignment we came up with. So we curved Eastwood coming from the north, curved it down around the tower to tie in as close to 90 degrees as we could get without taking that house on the northwest quadrant, while at the same time on the south side respecting that easement that you can see created by the transmission easement and running parallel to that. We provided that to all parties involved, including NCDOT. They took some time to review it, and they responded with a letter back to the city of Belmont that basically said that because the connection currently is 90 degrees, which is ideal, and this proposed alignment would take it, turn it just slightly, and skew it, that it would create, maybe as we zoom in, it said that it would pose potential site and safety distance issues, and that this alignment here would not be allowed. And so their preferred option and what NCDOT focused on was option B. So stepping back a bit, focus more on the TIA itself. These are the 15 study intersections that were identified, that were studied. 14 of those being existing intersections, the 15th intersection being that right in, right out. The counts at all of the intersections were collected in 2018 and 2019 prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. So 9 of the 14 intersections were collected prior to our scoping meeting, which was November of 2019. At that scoping meeting, a concern was brought up that Pole Branch Road was closing to the south, and that would impact traffic patterns in Belmont. And of course it did. Most of y'all saw that. The fortunate thing is that 9 of those intersections were all on the east side along the South Point Road, Main Street, R.L. Stowe, all those intersections on the east side of the study area where what we felt at the time, the majority of the impact to traffic volumes would be felt. The 5 missing intersections were along Armstrong Ford Road and Eagle. So basically, right there related to the site. And so what we decided to do at the time, and this was before we had heard of what COVID-19 was. Again, this was November and December of 2019. What we decided to do was recollect 3 of the intersections that were around those 5 focused intersections that were collected prior to Pole Branch Road being closed. Recollect those again when we collect these 5 new intersections, compare the 2, and see if there were any impacts or what those impacts were along the Armstrong Ford Road corridor. When we collected those, they came back. Those 3 intersections, the counts were either exactly the same, one of the intersections was the exact same turning movement volumes, or slightly higher than the counts that were previously collected in 2019. And so because of that, we didn't feel like there was a significant impact to traffic volumes. That was coordinated with all the agencies, and we moved forward with the TIA using those counts. In addition to the counts, we also accounted for a number of approved developments that were not developed or fully developed at the time that the counts were collected. As you see on your screen, those included the Riverside development in Cramerton, Amberley, the Belmont Middle School, River Mist, Chronicle Mill, McLean, and a portion of the Belmont Town Center. So those volumes were obtained from either traffic studies or were basically trip gen assigned and added to the traffic volumes. We took all the information, we ran the capacity analyses, and the resulting mitigation is shown on your screen. So 8 of the 15 study intersections we identified mitigation for. Those intersections, the development team has agreed to installing the improvements that were shown as identified there. Those were also approved by NCDOT and the city, as well as GCL and PO. And then zooming in just a bit, these are those 8 intersections that shows, it's a collection of turn lanes at those intersections, as well as traffic signals at the intersection of Eastwood and Armstrong Ford, and Cimarron and Armstrong Ford. And to note, this was done prior to Adrian breaking news here. And so what you see on your screen right now is reflective of option B, because that was what NCDOT was allowing. Note that there would be some differences at those 2 intersections if we are in fact able to get option A to work out. With that being said, I believe Shelley will take questions on transportation now. Sure.
Bear with me here.
Sure.
Just to reiterate your introductory point, which I think is important, you say the TIA is designed to mitigate the additional incremental impacts caused by the development rather than to solve all traffic problems. Is that correct? So if an intersection's bad, all the developer has to do is fix the amount by which they'd make it worse. They don't have to make the intersection perfect.
If it's level of service D or worse, they just have to mitigate back to what it was.
Okay. And I believe you've mentioned before that a TIA generally has 4 steps: data collection, trip generation and assignment, modeling and analysis, and results interpretation.
Correct.
And I want to ask some questions about the first 2, data collection and trip generation, because there have been some issues and questions raised about that. So I want to start with data collection. Do you all follow nationwide standards and best practices in collecting data for your TIA?
Yes.
And the data you collect generally takes the form of traffic counts?
Yes.
Do you take the traffic counts during a time of year when schools are in session?
Required to when school's in session.
Are there any particular days of the week in which you take the counts?
Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. We do not collect on Mondays, Fridays, Saturdays, or Sundays.
And why is that?
Saturdays and Sundays, pretty straightforward. It's not typical peaking characteristics. Monday and Friday, we find that you can get a little bit less. Historically, you've seen traffic be a little bit less on both Mondays and Fridays. Really Fridays, but even Mondays in the morning. And so it's just standard procedure to collect Tuesday through Thursday. And I believe that's also in the city's ordinance.
Okay. And I believe we saw some data on the slides about AM and PM peak hours. Tell us what you mean by peak hours.
A good question. So peak hours would be your AM peak hour is identified City of Belmont and NCDOT of the highest peak hour between 7 to 9 a.m. So we'll actually collect data from 7 to 9 a.m. In 15-minute intervals. And whichever hour is the highest of those, we will use that information. PM would be 4:30 p.m. to 7 p.m., I believe, per the city's ordinance. NCDOT's is 2 hours. Cities a little bit more expansive. Again, we'll take the highest hour of that 2.5 hour period.
And so there are different thresholds in both the Belmont TIA and the NCDOT TIA based on both trip counts generated for the day as a whole and trip counts generated during AM and PM peak hours. So one or the other could trigger the need for a TIA.
Correct, yeah. The cities is a little bit more restrictive than NCDOT, so except for maybe some special circumstances, if a TIA is warranted by NCDOT, it's already warranted by the city.
And obviously this development would trigger a TIA under both Belmont and NCDOT and based on trip generation through the day as well as AM, PM peak hours. Is that correct? Okay.
NCDOT does not have an AM and PM threshold, it's not daily.
Okay. When was the initial scoping meeting for this particular TIA?
So we actually had 2. Excuse me, I'll pull up some timelines here. So our initial scoping meeting was actually May 2nd of 2019. There was some activity then. We received the site plan. We're coming up on the end of school year. We were trying to fit in counts at that time. This was May 2019 before school ended. We scheduled counts, and then the development team called us and canceled them right before we collected them. And so they went on pause. We had our next scoping meeting November 6th of 2019.
Okay. And You reviewed in your slides 14 existing intersections and 1 to-be-created intersection. How did you decide which intersections to include in the TIA?
So we start out with looking at including all signalized intersections within a mile radius of the site. The site being, from a transportation standpoint, the access. So we start there, and then also include all unsignalized intersections at the discretion of the city and NCDOT. So any intersections, including Eastwood, Armstrong Ford is a great example, unsignalized, but we knew that was going to be a critical intersection, so we included that one.
And Julia Avenue as well, I believe.
Juliet.
Yeah. Now, you mentioned that the traffic counts generated for these intersections, or at least some of them, were analyzed in December of 2019.
They were collected.
Collected, I'm sorry, yes. And obviously, this was prior to the pandemic.
Correct.
Now, was Pole Branch Road closed in December of 2019?
Yes, from my understanding, it was closed November 2019. Our scoping meeting was November 6, 2019. I believe it had just closed then. So that was the discussion of, okay, what should we do about counts?
And as you mentioned in reviewing the slides, you did account for the closure of Pole Branch Road in your TIA.
Correct.
And you said that you had recent data collected through other TIAs from 2018 and 2019 for 9 of the 14 intersections. And those collections were made during the time period when Pole Branch Road was open, correct?
Correct.
And then there were 5 missing intersections that you did not have pre-existing data for. And so your methodology of tackling this issue was that you recollected data counts for 3 intersections. I believe were those the closest to Armstrong Ford Road?
Well, 2 of them were along Armstrong Ford Road. The other one was along Eagle. And all of our 5 missing intersections were either along Armstrong Ford or Eagle.
And so you recollected those in December of 2019 with the 5 missing intersections. And I would assume that those counts were made during a day when school was open?
Correct.
And then you compared the 3 recollected intersections. You compared the data that was collected in December 2019 when Pole Branch Road was closed with the data that had previously been collected when Pole Branch Road was open.
Correct.
And you said that when you compared the AM peak hour volumes at those 3 recollected intersections, the overall volume was either the same or slightly higher in December of 2019 when Pole Branch Road was closed than in the previous counts when it was open.
Looking at AM and PM. Correct.
Correct. And so therefore it was your professional opinion that since the peak hour volumes in the vicinity of Armstrong Ford Road were similar with and without Pole Branch Road closed, that the Pole Branch Road closure would not have a significant impact on the traffic volumes at the 5 new intersections collected in December of 2019, and that the December 2019 counts could be validly used for the intersections during your TIA.
Correct. And to give an overview of one other element, if we take a big step back, Pole Branch Road, when it's closed, if we had an aerial we could look at, we knew it impacted South Point Road. We didn't know how it impacted Armstrong Ford. We weren't sure if it took a lot of traffic off Armstrong Ford or if it added a lot of traffic. The reason being because if you're in that part of upstate South Carolina where you use Pole Branch Road today to go northeast and come back that same way, if Pole Branch is closed, you have an option to continue up Union New Hope Road up 274 to go east and then connect over to Armstrong Ford. So that may be the people that are coming off the South Point and going on Armstrong Ford. We weren't sure without collecting data. The interesting thing was when it came back, it was very similar to the data we had collected previously.
So it was sort of assumed that the major impact of the closure of Pole Branch Road would be on South Point Road. You weren't sure to what extent it would impact Armstrong Ford, and thus you did your methodology to make that determination.
Correct.
Okay, and this methodology was approved by the city and NCDOT staff?
Correct.
And I believe you also mentioned that you accounted for population change by adding an annual growth rate of 1% to those 2018-19 counts to reflect base 2020 traffic volumes?
Correct. That was a regional growth that was independent of specific approved development growth.
And those growth figures, are they based on birth rates?
You say birth rates?
Birth rates.
I do not believe so. They're based on historic ADTs, traffic volumes increases.
And you mentioned that when you scope a TIA, you include future developments and transportation projects that have been approved but have not been built out yet. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so as you mentioned, your TIA would take into account things like the new Belmont Middle School, Amberley, Chronicle Mill, River Mist, and similar developments that we've approved, but construction might not even have begun. Those are accounted for.
Correct. And the difference between those is instead of just applying a general growth to all the volumes, specific approved developments have different impacts to specific maneuvers than others. And so instead of just generally increasing it, if we know it's going to happen, let's include it in our model.
Okay. I want to turn to trip generation for a few minutes. When assessing the traffic generation potential of a proposed development, you use what's known as trip generation rates, correct?
Correct.
And can you just give a little background of what a trip generation rate is?
Sure. So trip generation rates are provided by the Institute of Transportation Engineers, ITE. They have been collecting studies for 40 years, something like that, all across the country. It is the standard that is used by all transportation professionals across the U.S. and Canada, and it's taught in all classrooms, and is if you don't use ITE for trip management purposes, there's usually something that you need to something that's rare or a unique circumstance that you need to validate. So typically, ITE is the standard to use.
Okay. Used by a majority of jurisdictions across the U.S. and Canada?
Correct. Required.
And whenever a new edition of the ITE manual comes out and is published, does NCDOT research whether the data contained in that edition reflects local conditions in North Carolina?
Yeah, they do a really good job of evaluating all that data. They go through a very extensive process to identify what variable to use, all the details they use to make sure that the appropriate rate that we provide reflects local conditions.
And when was the most recent edition of the ITE manual published?
The 10th edition was 2017. There's a supplement that came out in 2020. The 11th edition is going to come out later this year.
And I believe you mentioned that data is continually being added to ITE statistical models.
Correct. You can see that as they provide sample sizes, they continue to increase. But they will also pull out some data if they don't make sense or traffic patterns change.
Now this Del Webb, as we've discussed, is an age-restricted community. Do age-restricted communities generally have higher or lower peak hour trip generation rates than a typical development?
The typical single family
Lower.
peak hours.
And I believe you mentioned some older studies conducted between 1996 and 2007 regarding whether trip generation rates accurately reflect the number of trips being generated by age-restricted developments. What editions of the ITE manual were those older studies based on?
The 1996 study was based on the 5th edition. The 2006 and 2007 studies, I believe, were based on the 7th edition. And we're currently using the 10th edition.
And does the 10th edition include updated information that takes those studies into account?
Yes.
Have the trip generation rates for age-restricted developments increased for daily rate sampling over time?
I know peak hour they have. I think daily they have as well.
Okay. Now, certainly not all individuals over the age of 55 are going to be retired, and there's going to be some daily trips generated by these residents. And we've talked about the accuracy of these numbers, but regardless of the studies, even those older studies, do they not all agree that daily trips from age-restricted developments are going to be more evenly distributed over the course of the day than concentrated during AM/PM peak hours, i.e. rush hour, as would be the case with a typical single-family development?
Yeah, you can see that reflected in the portion of the peak hour trips to the daily trips if you compare single family and age restricted.
And in terms of trip generation, I believe you also discussed in one of your slides internal trips, pass-by trips, and external trips.
Correct.
And internal trips begin and end within the development and do not access the external roadway system. Is that correct?
Correct. You live in that community, you want to go to the restaurant that's in the community, you're not going to drive out to the external roadway network and come back in.
And so by including a commercial center such as a grocery store within this development, in your professional opinion, would that increase the number of internal trips which would never leave the development and thereby reduce the number of external trips onto existing roadways that would otherwise be necessary in the absence of the commercial center?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
So I think we can assume then, through all that you stand by your results, you use the available data, adjusted the data that you had to adjust, and came to your conclusions.
Yes, I do. Thank you, sir. Yes.
All right. Let me ask you, your AM trip generation, 744, PM 996, I'm guessing you and Del Webb look at this differently because they're telling us that we're not going to have these kind of numbers in an age-restricted community. So I'm assuming the matrix you use is different. You're just looking at number of homes, more or less. Is that right?
I'm sorry. Repeat the question in terms of.
How are you arriving at these numbers? I mean, would a single-family development be substantially higher? Or are you just looking at number of homes? Because this is higher than I thought projected trips would be at peak hours.
So this is based on 808 senior family homes, as well as the commercial added to it as well. A lot of those trips are from the trip generation purposes, are contributed from the commercial piece more than the residential piece.
All right, and we're going to have a connection to Nixon Road. How do you guys look at that? Because when I see that, if these numbers are even close to accurate, and you can't really predict the demographics or the percentages of who's going to be 55, who's going to be retired. I mean, it's all speculation. A high percentage of these people could be retired. A high percentage could still be working. Could be an even split. Because I don't know a lot of people that are retired at 55.
I hope to be one.
Yeah, I've passed that. Nixon Road comes by right by South Point High School. Harris Teeter connects to Stowe Road, connects to Keener, which takes you to 85. So if I am one of the working retired in this community, then that's going to be my preferred route than going through downtown Belmont. So do you guys look at what kind of pressure that's going to put during the school year? Because that's already a very heavy intersection, and you add, 300-400 cars to that, that's going to stretch that intersection out more. I mean, what do we do about that? Because, while these are numbers to you, this is problems for us.
I understand your concern. And we do the best we can to project what the strips will be. We did, in this, while I wanted to show the access slide earlier, is that we did assume a connection to Nixon, and so we did assume some traffic going out that way, both to go north, but also to go south as well, to come back the same way. And I believe one of the mitigation requirements is is at that intersection. I believe it's to add a right turn lane. Yeah, add a right turn lane. So coming from the site right there by South Point. So expanding capacity along the eastbound approach.
All right, I talked to Ms. Gates at the MPO, and she told me there's a new study being done on this South Fork Parkway, a high-level review DOT, that they're not expecting the results until the end of the year. So we're going right now with the engineering study that was done years and years ago with potential, well, we are going to get a new study. Do you guys have any concerns about recommendations or concerns about the alignment for this road that may come out? Because we're making a decision now, and we're going to get a study at the end of the year that might be somewhat problematic for us.
So what is being looked at is the overall alignment. It was the city that initiated the request to take a closer look at the entire alignment. We were very concerned that the northern section of the alignment, which they still refer to as the Belmont Mount Holly Loop, goes through the city's major industrial park, a residential community. It impacts Belmont Cemetery in North Belmont, as well as an affordable housing senior project existing in North Belmont. So we specifically asked them to evaluate that alignment to see if it could be shifted to an area that made more sense, such as following Hickory Grove Road. NCDOT indicated they would do that, however, they want to look at the entire alignment. They're well aware and have been involved in the evaluation of this southern portion of the South Fork Parkway. So we do not expect that section of the alignment to shift whatsoever. Again, the evaluation that's going on was primarily to evaluate what happens north of 85 and the connection down into Armstrong Ford Road. So it doesn't have any impact on this segment proposed within this project.
Okay, thank you. And this may or may not be a question for you, but this Eastwood Drive, I mean, it's, you know, it's not the preferred alignment, it's the recommended alignment. It's the one that, you know, GCL MPO said this is the way it needs to be. Okay, that being said, I doubt that you guys would have reached out to the homeowner because you guys mentioned the terminology taking the property. I don't think the city or Del Webb, and I was a little bit surprised, no one reached out to this property owner to see if something could be done to get this preferred alignment?
I know the applicant can address that. They have reached out to the property owners. And again, as I indicated in the presentation earlier, discussions have continued to try to make this preferred alignment happen. So that's something that the applicant can address during their portion of the presentation.
Okay, and I would ask them when they reached out to them. I don't know if you know that.
Well, I'm sure they can. I don't know the exact date, but they have been in discussions with them. This week?
This week? Okay. Thank you.
I just have one question. So you alluded to some potential differences between the required mitigation for option A and option B. Could you just kind of summarize at a very high level what would be involved with option A?
Yeah, good question. So it's really focused on those two intersections, either Eastwood or at Cimarron. The one under option A, there would only be a signal at the Eastwood intersection, mainly because what option B forces you to do, that traffic, it forces a Z movement. Okay, and then so you have turns at two different critical intersections versus really just having traffic go straight through, which is the preferred alignment. So the difference is one signal versus two signals there, and some turn lane improvements. For the option A at Eastwood, you have a left turn lane coming from the city into the site. And of course, without having that connection there, you wouldn't have that turn lane there. I believe the signal and the turn lane, and of course the side access will be the difference at that intersection. And then at Cimarron, the difference would be you would not have a signal, and you would not have all turn lanes into the site because you wouldn't have a site access there.
And did you, there was some discussion, I believe, about whether certain mitigation options would end up making people take a pass-through on Cimarron Drive through that neighborhood. Did you factor that into account in recommending your mitigation measures?
Yeah, good question. That was definitely a thought that we had as we were looking through the different options. As most of you know, so the neighborhood is Timber Lake. I believe the street is Timber Lane, that it runs parallel to Armstrong Ford, that connects over to the east to Eastwood. One of the mitigations we looked at potentially was adding an eastbound left turn lane. So coming from, say, Cramerton to turn left into Timber Lake neighborhood. What our thought process there was looking at, number one, volumes. I believe there was very low volume turning left there, so it didn't make a huge impact. But the other consideration was if you add a left turn lane there, we thought that would promote more cut-through traffic to make that little movement along Timber Lake to bypass the left turn at Eastwood. And so for that, we did not recommend left turn.
I don't want to belabor this, but I'm curious if how would the Gaston Lincoln MPO adopt the plan, and then you try to move forward with the plan, and then the NC DOT says, no, you can't do it. Like, what's the process or timeline on how those things transpire?
So from a planning perspective for transportation, it starts out with a bigger picture plan, vision, okay, CTP document, or planning study. And that evolved over time to an MTP as things change, congestion grows, et cetera, to essentially a plan that gets into the model, okay? And in this area, we're the Metrolina regional model that gets evaluated. And it's from congestion, it's air quality, growth, all those perspectives, and then that feeds on into the perspective of prioritization, which roads get funded out of that. Okay. Oh, okay. Which roads get funded out of that prioritization. Okay, so the DOT gets involved, and they have a seat on the MPO board. Okay, but those are alignments that are detailed from the standpoint of the vision document down to the Metrolina MTP type document. But at that point, it's still a linear type connection. It's not down to a design level like the one Brady showed you on this alignment that showed an angled crossing over Armstrong Ford.
So is it uncommon for an MPO across the state to have a vision plan that doesn't align with the DOT's plan?
Well, so I would say that they're not necessarily out of alignment. It's just that the level of detail that the DOT is looking at it now is more than what the MPO looks at it now.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody have any other questions? Okay, we've
Not
got
at
some
this
people
time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
signed up for public hearing.
Or no, Shelley's still got a.
Oh, Shelley's got some.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'm just going to wrap up the presentation here, and then we will invite the applicant's representative up here. So I'm going to reconnect to the proposed project and the comprehensive land use plan, the city's adopted plans. So within the comprehensive land use plan, again, the subject site is within the South Fork Small Area Plan, as you can see from the map on the right. It was actually planned with 3 different mixed-use villages, a waterfront park, single-family residential area, open space. The project that you are considering is actually less intense and less dense than what was envisioned in this area. Reviewing the small area plan as well as the goals of the comprehensive land use plan. This was also considered by the planning board. They found that the subject project was reasonable and consistent with the goals of the city's adopted plans in the area of land use, mobility, parks and recreation, and the environment. So as a reminder, final overview of the project based on the entire process and input from the community in the community meeting, discussions with the environmental stakeholders, as well as the planning board. The project is proposed as a Del Webb age-restricted community with 809 single-family detached home lots on 449 acres, equating to a 1.8 dwelling units to the acre, just under 2. Based on the modified plans, there's approximately 125 acres of open space in a site that, based on the number of homes, would otherwise only require 7% of the site in open space. It is now 28% of the site. The project complies with the tree canopy preservation requirement, saving 106 acres of the existing tree canopy. It is proposing a roadway network that includes the South Fork Parkway, a future four-lane divided collector road with off-site intersection improvements consistent with the traffic impact analysis. There are enhanced stormwater measures. I want to say that originally proposed by the environmental stakeholders, there was about 15 conditions initially proposed. Through review and collaboration, the applicant is committing to about 12 to 13 of those requirements. There's a couple of conditions that have not been agreed upon, but it has also generated a larger discussion of overall county and state stormwater and erosion control measures, how we can follow Mecklenburg County's lead, and overall in Gaston County raise the bar on our own regulations. They still are asking for relief in the area of minimum lot width as well as maximum block length. They have reduced the numbers but are proposing the block length reductions or relief in the form of open space areas that have been included. So with that, we're asking that you receive the planning board's recommendation to conditionally approve this project and receive public comments and ultimately render a decision. As with all map amendments, you can motion to approve as presented, approve as modified, or disapprove the project. There are 2 required findings that need to be made this evening when considering the project. The first is the map amendment is a reasonable request and in the public interest, and that the map amendment is consistent with the goals of the city's adopted plans. We are asking as staff that you add a condition that is not included in the ordinance attachment that we require a 10-foot multi-use path. Therefore, we would provide relief in the area of curb and gutter adjacent to Armstrong Ford Road. So with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions, or we can invite Bridget Grant up as well to start the applicant's presentation. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
One comment and a question. The comment is to the audience. If you did not hear me ask a question, it is because we have worked with staff and with the applicant for a substantial amount of time. We've asked a lot of questions. We've made a number of requests. The other thing, Shelley, my question, and just to make it clear to the audience in particular, when did this project come to staff? How long have you guys been working on it?
It was early 2019 when the applicant's team first approached the city. Okay. So we've been working on it for quite some time.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I have 2 questions for staff. The first around the new addition of this multi-use path versus sidewalk. Will that connect to the sidewalk in Belmont? Will it come up to that level, or it stop at some of the private property further down?
It would stop at private property, but we do try to get sidewalk as projects developed and then look at opportunities for either city CIP projects or cooperation to extend the sidewalk for an ultimate connection.
And what kind of materials, multi-use path made of?
Typically, they're made out of concrete. They are sometimes made of asphalt. I'll use McLean Development as an example. They used a 10-foot wide along the South Shore component. It's a 10-foot wide asphalt pathway that meanders along their frontage.
Okay, and my second question is on the commercial district off of Armstrong. How far back off the road will that commercial development be? And how much tree buffer would be in front of the commercial versus the street and facing residential areas?
Well, first, it has not been master planned yet. It would have to go, if approved, that's the process it would follow. It would be master planned with a sketch plan. It would, that project would be required to retain 10% of the overall acreage in tree protection of the existing canopy. So what would happen is they would actually have to do a tree inventory of that site when it comes in to determine where the healthy trees, where the larger trees, and then we work with them on the design. So that has yet to be determined.
Okay.
Shelley?
Yes, sir.
Just a couple questions. You started off your presentation by talking about conditional zoning versus by right zoning.
Yes,
And this
sir.
might be something that the applicant knows, but if this property were to be developed by right as opposed to conditional zoning, do you know how many houses could be built on it?
Well, if you just run the numbers, it would be 3 dwelling units to the acre, over 462 acres. Now, what that does not take into account is topography, environmental constraints. And so ultimately, whenever you calculate gross number of units, it never really comes out to, for really meeting gross.
Now, if the property were developed by right, the developer would be allowed to build townhomes on the property, is that right?
30% of the total unit count can be townhomes, yes. Townhomes or detached alley lots.
Through the conditional zoning here, these are going to be all single-family detached homes.
That is correct.
Okay. The deed restriction, I believe, requires a 50-foot buffer around the entire property.
There is a deed restriction on the property.
And does this include the portion abutting Armstrong Ford Road?
I'll have to ask the applicant about that. Just on the lake frontage, and they are providing the 50-foot buffer around, even adjacent to other residential, but it
Okay.
sounds like not on Armstrong Ford Road. Right.
Okay. And I believe we talked about an average of 100-foot buffer, but the minimum is going to be I think at least 70 feet.
70 feet minimum, but overall average of 100
Because
feet.
there's a couple pinch points.
There are a couple of pinch points in the design, yes.
And the only two areas of relief being sought from the Land Development Code are lot width and block length.
Yes, sir. Oh, and, excuse me, and the
Oh.
relief of curb and gutter
Yes.
along Armstrong
Okay.
Ford Road.
Okay. Now, I believe you also mentioned the city is not allowed to require minimum architectural standards.
For single-family detached home product, yes.
So they're going beyond what they need to do in that regard by agreeing to standards in the condition.
Yes, they are.
And just to confirm, the commercial center is going to be non-residential, no apartments, no townhomes?
That is correct, strictly non-residential.
And everyone, all residents of Belmont get to use the parks and the trails, not just residents of the development, is
That
that
is
correct?
correct. They're going to be publicly dedicated. The greenway is going to be built by the applicant and dedicated to the city.
Okay, thank you.
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
Yeah, Shelley, I think you said that they're going to construct 3/4 of a mile of the parkway.
Yes, about 0.70 of the entire length of the South Fork parkway that is on the subject property. That is correct. And per the TIA, technically, they only need to build half a two-lane roadway section, but they have committed to building the full four-lane divided roadway section within that area. So it goes up to the roundabout near the northern boundary and down to the southern tip of their site.
Okay, so you're gonna build 3/4 of a mile of four-lane road.
Correct.
How many miles of the parkway pass through this property?
Oh, I'm sorry, I
Ballpark.
don't.
Ball-
Let's say about 3 miles total through the small area planning, the South Fork Small Area Plan.
Okay, who's responsible then?
3
If they're
miles.
building 3/4 of a mile, they're building 4 lanes, required to build 2. Who builds the rest of the parkway?
Well, if we can get the project funded by NCDOT, you're talking about the southern portion within the small area plan? I just
On
want to
their
make sure.
property?
On their property, it would then, they are dedicating that right-of-way to accommodate the future 4-lane of the quarter-mile area up to Eastwood. If that is not chosen as the ultimate alignment, and it would be an NCDOT project. So as the alignment gets built north of Armstrong Ford Road, it would then connect down into the roundabout or the terminus of what they're building.
Okay. I guess I was somewhat confused because, when we were all talking, one of the benefits of this was that they were going to build the parkway across their property. So my assumption was that meant the length of the property, not 3/4 of a mile, because, while we had said, well, that's a great benefit, I mean, that's 3/4 of a mile of 3 miles, and if that throws us back to the.
Okay, so let me be clear, the 3 miles is not all on their property. They have approximately a mile's length that is within the boundaries of their site. So they're proposing to build all but maybe a 1/4 of a mile segment that would have been the extension up to Armstrong Ford and Eastwood. They, per the TIA, what was approved was the primary access that comes up to Armstrong Ford across from Cimarron. And I can bring up a site
That's
plan.
okay, because I thought I just understood you to say that 3 miles past. through
No,
the
I'm
property.
sorry, the 3-mile section is the entire length south of Armstrong Ford through the small area plan. So that's the entire 1,100 acres, not their site. Their
Okay, so they're
site
building
only has
3/4
about a
of-
mile.
3/4 of a mile of the mile.
Of a
that
mile,
passes through
correct,
the
yes. That is
Okay.
correct, I'm
And
sorry.
dedicating the right-of-way for the other.
That is correct. And for the area that they're not building, they're dedicating the right-of-way. So it does not have to be part of a future project cost. They're dedicating that right-of-way area needed to accommodate that future segment.
Do you know approximately how many feet on Armstrong Road of curb and gutter and sidewalk we're seeding to a path? I mean, it's required in our code, right, to put the curb and gutter? in, so
Yes,
How many,
I can take a look at the plan or have the engineer calculate that for us very quickly. So
Okay.
that would be across the commercial portion and all the way to the south fork. Yes.
okay, because I mean, we've talked about this before in these low-impact designs, which just sounds like it is. We've talked about it before. It was said that, where we have used it in town, in the development, I can't remember the name of it, was inappropriate there. And where it was appropriate was on the water. So this is not on the water, although there is a stream there. So, I mean,
So
this does
no-
cut cost, but what else makes it appropriate?
Right. So where it's appropriate, we have used it in 2 different communities. One of South Shore, which is throughout South Shore. That includes in front of Lower Armstrong Road, all the way down to the waterfront. It is low-impact development with just a ditch cross-section. And in fact, that community does not have sidewalks, but they're bigger lots. It's an area of wide lots and little development. Where it did not work is when they did a compact community design, small lots where houses are real close right next to each other. And There's a lot of runoff in that ditch section. People aren't used to seeing the ditches fill up with water. In most compact communities, the water goes into a storm drain system and it's carried away and no one sees it. Staff feels it's appropriate here along the frontage of Armstrong Ford Road. There is no development occurring. There are no small houses. In fact, it's our 21-acre park area with the roadway section. There is going to be a commercial development, but if we can retain that with no curb and gutter and still the multi-use path, we can make sure that the development is well behind that. And so it's not the same kind of design that we've seen where it doesn't work. It's like apple and oranges. So we think it would be appropriate along Armstrong Ford Road. And in fact, it would match the northern side of Armstrong Ford Road that does have single-family homes and the courtyards. There's no curb, gutter, or even sidewalk on the north side.
All right, so if we're gonna go with a pathway, and, see, these are usually constructed of concrete or asphalt. I mean, do we need to nail that language down? Because they're also done with pea gravel.
Well, no, we can say of an improved surface and identify and get an agreement. If you want it asphalt or concrete, we can determine that now if you'd like to.
I don't have a preference, but I think tightening up the language
Sure.
probably would not be a bad
Can
idea.
definitely do that.
Now, the waterfront public park, did I understand you to say it's going to be dedicated to the city?
That's correct.
We had talked about that. I don't know where we were on that, because when it's dedicated to the city, that's our park and that's our maintenance. I know that we had some discussions about whether we wanted to do that. I didn't know that we had landed anywhere on that.
Well, again, ultimately, when they propose to dedicate it to the city council would have to approve it when it's offered for dedication. That area, it is very wooded. It is near the perennial stream in that area. It is somewhat wet. That is where the greenway is proposed to start. It is envisioned from staff standpoint to be a very passive park with only access sort of as the trailhead, just to access the pathway. We had not, and ultimately it would be up, if accepted by the city, ultimately up to the Park and Rec Board's recommendation, City Council approval of what's truly going to happen on that 21 acres. But based on its area directly adjacent to the South Fork, we wouldn't envision it with any ball fields or anything of high
So it's not
impact.
high maintenance.
No, it would be, our hope would be maintained as much as possible in its natural state, only acting as a trailhead to access the greenway in that area.
All right, and last thing I have to say is not a question, but really a comment, because I'm a little frustrated listening to them talk about the DOT not supporting this intersection at Eastwood, because it's basically kind of an offset intersection, which just frustrates me because they don't like it here, but they did not seem to have a problem with it at the middle school. I mean, I don't care what your thinking is, as long as your logic is linear. And in this case, I was just very frustrated that they would say, yeah, by the school, it's problematic, but it's okay, we're not gonna fix it. But here, we don't like it because of the power lines. Yeah, that's just, like I said, it's, as long as your thinking is consistent. That's all I have.
Any questions?
Anybody
All
else
right.
have any questions?
I had one.
Oh, yes, sir.
I know we talked previously about the shutoff valves and
About what?
the shutoff valves in the sediment basins.
Yes.
And I saw I guess in the updated conditions, that was included in here. Did we figure out the regulatory issues, I guess we were trying to work through with that?
Yes, I can say thank Neil Brennan for this, working and having further discussions with Gaston County and their staff. They will propose that safety measures be put in place at the responsibility of the applicant to ensure that the valves can't be tampered with, and Gaston County has indicated they will work with us to ensure that any conditions above and beyond their current ordinance is worked through with their team, so we'd all have a better understanding. Again, this has started, this whole project has started larger discussions on how Gaston County as a whole needs to raise the bar on some of our stormwater requirements.
And if I may add to that, so we have an interlocal agreement with Gaston County for the Gaston County to enforce the Phase 2 stormwater rules. If you approve this project with the additional environmental regulations along the South Fork River, and we're not in a position to enforce those rules, Gaston County has indicated that they would work with us on a new interlocal agreement for them to enforce those additional rules or additional regulations. So the jurisdictional issues and who's going to do what that we talked about for the last several months, we feel like we've got a good plan to work through that with Gaston County.
Okay, well, that's good to hear.
But they've never done this before, is that correct, Gaston County, I mean?
You never do anything until you do it. And so this would be a good
Okay.
opportunity for us.
Yeah, so we would be pushing the envelope for them to figure out how to do this appropriately, am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah.
Adrian, as part of that agreement with the county, I know there was some discussion, I think, and some worries about liability. Who will own and operate these valves?
Again, it's going to be suggested later that a condition that speaks to the valve be expanded to require the responsibility of that valve and its operation to the applicant's team. They have some extra monitoring, and that would be included. Okay.
Thank you, Shelley.
If that's it, okay. And then Bridget Grant is available to represent the applicant now.
Thank you. We have several people signed up.
Well,
She's next.
You'll speak to, okay, you're next.
She's next.
Good evening, members of council, mayor. Thank you for having me here tonight. It's a pleasure to be at an in-person meeting. My name is Bridget Grant. I'm a land use consultant with Moore & Van Allen. Happy to be here representing the Pulte team on this rezoning. I'm going to walk through this presentation fairly quickly. I think that Shelley and Brady have done a phenomenal job and answered a lot of questions, and I don't want to duplicate anything that they've already presented. So again, we're here tonight on behalf of the whole development team. Pulte Group is here as the developer. The ESP team is representing them for engineering and land planning services, and I'm here on behalf of Moore & Van Allen as a land use consultant. I think Fred will be here to answer, Fred Matrulli with Pulte will be here to answer any questions as they arise. We're going to go ahead and skip past this and leave it for Q&A. Building on a lot of what you've heard tonight about the conditional zoning process and conditional zoning benefits, when we begin to engage in a conditional zoning process, we understand that we're asking to do something that's not allowed by right. And as part of that process, we increase the amount of community engagement that you can expect with the development. We give you certainty on the development. We establish typically a specific number of units, expectations on higher level design standards that you don't get with by right zoning. I think they've given you a few examples of not only architectural standards that you can expect with the single family homes, but also increased standards on transportation improvements. With that, you also get public benefits above and beyond what you would get with by right zoning. And I have a table we'll go through a little bit later. I'm going to go ahead and skip past the site context because I think Shelley was able to touch on that. She mentioned we are consistent with the adopted land use policy, which recommends medium density residential, which is actually 1 to 6 dwelling units per acre. So at an average, you could expect 3 dwelling units per acre with an emphasis on pedestrian and vehicular connectivity. Maintaining open space is a key organizing element. And as it was pointed out, 30% of the total unit counts could be townhomes. This is the proposed site plan. Again, it's already been described. We sought this zoning, this conditional zoning, to seek flexibility in the lot sizes and the block lengths. So ultimately, we're seeking 809 residential units that are deed restricted to be age restricted, over 1.8 dwelling units per acre, over 462 acres, with a robust street network, greenway connectivity, roadway improvements, architectural commitments, It's consistent with the land use policy, exceeds the open space commitments and recommendations of the land use policy. We've included a donation for a public park, and we've provided a unified approach that guarantees a higher level of transportation improvements and a network of open space and infrastructure. When you look at this table, column 1 is what you would get with the required by ordinance standard. The second one is what you get included with the conditional zoning. So we're building approximately 2.7 miles of greenway trail along the river. 6.7 acres of greenway easements will be provided. We have 21 acres of dedicated land for future park. Common open space is at 22%. Again, the required by ordinance is only 15%. The proposed density is up to 1.8 dwelling units per acre compared to the recommendation of 3 dwelling units per acre. And as Shelley mentioned, it's a difference of, we're proposing 809 units. You can't always get the full number of units when you just take the straight math, but if you're looking at just the traditional 3 dwelling units per acre, and we were able to encompass the acreage that's part of the commercial site, we would be able just generally to get nearly 1,300 or just over 1,300 units. We are constructing 0.73 miles of the connector road and setting aside land for the future expansion where we can't build it. Approximately 0.4 miles of easements to provide the future connection. We're providing cluster-style development, which creates larger contiguous areas of tree-safe and open space. We're restricting the community to create less impact on traffic during the peak hours, as Brady described. It's an aged, restricted community that creates less impact on schools. 13 acres reserved for the commercial and residential uses along Armstrong Ford Road. We have the 50-foot buffer not only on the river, but we also have it adjacent to the residential around the other side of the site. And we have enhanced stormwater and erosion control measures. So I think when you look at this table, it's easy to see that for the limitations we've asked for in exemptions to the block length and lot sizes, we're raising the bar across the board on why we use conditional zoning. We are phasing this. The expectation is that all 809 units don't come online at once. It's done in approximately 3 phases. As we've described the traffic aspects, we looked at the original alignment and worked diligently to try to get the connection at Eastwood with a lot of pushback from NCDOT on how we would tie into Eastwood. So we've left flexibility in the plan that in the event we can make the connection up to Eastwood, we will. This is what the 4-lane cross-section looks like. Again, the TIA does not recommend that we have to build all 4 lanes. That's something we're doing as a condition of the conditional rezoning for the flexibility in block lengths and lot widths. These are just some of the perspective renderings that give you an idea of what the roadway will look like, how it provides capacity for bike lanes and sidewalks. I do want to touch a little bit more on the traffic aspects. The proposed trips are lower than what's permitted with a by right development, and improvements will be made to mitigate the traffic impacts at a higher level than the improvements that are required by right. One of the things we talked about a little bit earlier was how the by right and the AMP, Brady's table showed that it was 744 trips. Well, mine has 201 in the AMP. The difference and the discrepancy is that Brady's table includes all of the commercial trips. So the 201 out of the 744 are specifically attributed to the residential component. That's why you'd see less of an impact heading out onto Nixon Road and other sources. It really just shows you that the difference between the by right density and the single family density is significantly less for the senior housing. Brady already described all the improved intersections, so I'll go ahead and jump ahead to the environmental aspects. After we met with the planning board and continued efforts with the stakeholders, we generally strengthened all of the language from shall to may, committed to skimmering devices, watering devices with shutoff valves. That was done per stakeholder input. We've committed to do double high hazard silt fence in areas within the 100-foot buffer. The spillway on the sediment basin shall be designed to pass the 25-year, 24-hour storm event. And we've agreed to monitoring after the half-inch rain event. The state requirement is the 1-inch rain event. We know we've talked about, we were given a list of recommendations from Mecklenburg County and the city of Charlotte. And it was a really extensive list of all the tools in the toolbox that you could use. We feel like we took that list, gave it to our professional engineer, who are intimately familiar with the site, the constraints, the engineering, and what we're proposing, and came up with a list that we felt like was the right mix for what we're proposing on the site. We are thrilled that we're able to partner with Gaston County on implementing some of this. We look forward to working through that. We did include conceptual renderings to give you an idea of what the residences would look like. To accommodate the smaller lots, we have a different floor plan and footprint. So in closing, I just want to bring us back to why we're all here for the conditional zoning process. We had extensive staff efforts and even with council and the planning board over the past 2 years. We've had community meetings and public hearings. We've given a lot of certainty on the limitation of uses, certainty on the access, the materials to be used on the site, flexibility in the lots, commitments to no vinyl, roadway improvements, lower density, greenway connections, and a public park. All in all, I think we're really trying to help facilitate the vision, which is the Belmont City Council vision to be a vibrant, multi-generational community that incorporates small town charm and heritage with an entrepreneurial spirit. We are thrilled to be here and appreciate the opportunity to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions?
I think one thing that we had discussed when we were in small groups, going back to the Charlotte-Mecklenburg requirements, what you ended up with was a laundry list of best practices. And so you guys looked at what was best in this particular situation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Anybody have anything else?
And I don't know who the most, the best person to answer this question would be, but in Del Webb and Pulte's experience with age-restricted communities, do the houses in age-restricted communities tend to increase or decrease in value over time?
I was going to say Fred Matrulli can answer that question, but I think they have found that the values increase over time.
And you mentioned that there are going to be age restrictions in the deed, and those, therefore, the age restrictions would run with the land. Is that correct?
That is correct. The deed restrictions run with the land, and in many instances on the front side, age is confirmed with an affidavit.
And sorry, I lost my train of thought. There's also a provision in the deed regarding children under 18, is that right, as to how many consecutive days they can spend in the house or something like that?
That's correct. No more than 90 consecutive days. The idea is it prevents somebody from being enrolled in school in the area or from otherwise living in the home.
So there will be no impact on the schools from this development?
That's correct.
And with the age restrictions, we are also including them as a condition of the rezoning. So even if for some reason the age restrictions were no longer part of the deed, if people started inhabiting these homes who are not, at least one of whom was not 55 and over, that would still violate the zoning. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So these restrictions are enforceable in perpetuity.
In perpetuity by the zoning, unless the zoning was changed, and by the deed restriction, unless the deed restriction is changed. There's a double layer of enforcement.
Okay. In terms of the parkway, and I think Richard raised this in one of our small meetings, when would that be constructed? Obviously, this is an important aspect of the development to us. And so we would hope that the portion of the parkway would be constructed earlier rather than later.
Understood. We know that Councilman Turner, you've been an incredible advocate for the Belmont Connector, and so we are thrilled to say that this is going to be built in the first phase. It's not something that has to be waited for until we get to the final phases or with the commercial.
I think I might have some, I think we all might have some environmental questions, but
Sorry, up to Nixon in the first phase, and then up to the next part for the next phase. Apologies.
I might ask my environmental questions after we've heard from the groups, the environmental groups, because I still have some questions about the turbidity monitoring and the bathymetric surveys. So at the appropriate time, we can have that discussion, but I'd like to hear from the environmental groups. I don't know.
I don't have any questions for you.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you.
the only thing I would say is if you, with Del Webb, can work with the city of Belmont and Cramerton to reach out to this property owner. You know, I brought this up about a week or 10 days ago when we met, because, you know, I just sat there and said, well, you know, you're talking about taking a property. And the simplest approach would be to reach out to the homeowner and say, you know, we have this issue, can you help us resolve it? You know, by multiple means. I guess I was just a little surprised. I mean, to me, that's the first option. You know, if we know that we have to have that alignment, then what tools do we have to get to that point? And I mean, it's late in the game to be, you know, reaching out to him now, but I'm glad we are hopefully reaching out to him, because like I said, that's not just the preferred alignment, that is the alignment. I mean, hopefully we can resolve that.
Our only delay in reaching out to the property owner was the understanding up until recently that we were only going to be looking at the connection to Cimarron. So when it became apparent that there may be an option for us to explore the Eastwood, I think we were pretty quick to begin to find ways to reach out to that property owner and begin the conversation.
Let me ask you, why was everyone under the impression that Eastwood was off the table? Was just the DOT's input on that?
Because it's a state road, NCDOT has the final say, and correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody have any other questions? All right, next speaker.
So that's all from the staff and the applicant, so you can hear from the members of the public who signed up to speak.
And Adrian, I believe, also has some emails to read after the people who are present speak.
All right, the first person signed up on public hearing is Judy Clausen. State your name and address, Judy. You've done that before. You've done that before.
All right, can you hear me? I just want to say, phew, this has been something else. I thought I was going to be first and not have all this after me, but Mayor Martin, city council people, and citizens, and the people that are here, I feel like, well, first, my name is Judy Clausen. I live at 5424 Amanda Lane in Belmont, North Carolina. I've been a resident here for about 25 years. I feel like I know the people in our town. I've volunteered on a lot of things, and so I'm speaking as a person in the community. And some of the things I've heard tonight, I've got in my comments, but I hope I won't be too redundant, and I will try to go fast. First, I think we have a real need for housing for people 55 and older. We have done many developments, many apartments, many other things for, say, younger people. I consider myself to be over 55. All right, so I think this community of Delwood is a good thing to have. I personally have been in some of their communities. They're very well run, and they know what they're doing. It's not like they're going to go in there and change their mind after they get there. I have been to many council meetings. As you know, I come to most of them. I really don't have a life, I guess, maybe. All right, so our city has approved many other things, but sometimes they don't get the way we approved them. They don't turn out. I think with this group, Del Webb, they will turn out, and we will be happy with what they do. People talk about traffic. I hear it all the time, and they've talked about it tonight. We've had the wonderful traffic study. But what I really want us to concentrate on is these people, yes, they may work some, but they are not going to be out there during your peak times of school, which he talked about, school and different people going to work. And another point that I'd like to make about that is, if this isn't something we really want, there's going to be another developer that's going to come, and it will be probably not what we want in the long run. It'll be more advantageous to stay with Del Webb. Some of you talked about, just barely touched on our schools. I think we need to really think about that, because this community will not be crowding our schools. Believe me, they will not, unless some miracle birth happens. All right, and I think they will keep us in line, and that won't happen. So, sorry, but I just had to say that. I'm sorry. All right, and so lastly, many of these communities have their own amenities. There's pools, there's tennis courts, there's pickleball, yay, and there's many clubs and civic groups that meet there, so they don't need to be out all times of the day going to different things. And they have a wonderful clubhouse from the ones I've seen. So I just hope that you will approve Del Webb, and I think they'll be a good addition to our city of Belmont. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Next speaker we have is Neil Brennan. State your name and address, or who you represent.
Sorry. That's a tough act to follow. My name's Neil Brennan. I live at 1531 Reflection Point Boulevard in Belmont, and I'm the executive director of the Lake Wylie Marine Commission. I want to thank the Del Webb people and Pulte Homes for the concessions that they've made so far. You almost did a really good job. I'm here to ask for a little bit more. The Planning and Zoning Board did not recommend three things. I've given you all some handouts that you have in front of you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Handout number 1 is the high hazard silt fencing. Automated monitoring of the sediment basin discharges into the coves. That's handouts 2, 3, and 4. And the bathymetric surveys, the bottom mapping. These 3 stormwater control measures are standard operating procedures in Mecklenburg County. If they were build this over there, they'd have to do this. It's part of what is required. If you look at number 5, you'll see a slide that Mr. Rozelle presented recently to the Gaston County folks, and it says, beginning in 2015, continuous automated monitoring units began to be required in addition to the bathymetric surveys for rezonings along the lakefront. Folks, it's the same water. It's an impaired part. It's a little different because we're impaired, as was pointed out. So by law, also one of the handouts I provided to this group a week or so ago, state law, Gaston County ordinance, all allow for enhanced stormwater regulations and best management practices, every one of them. The Gaston County Commission received a presentation from Mr. Rusty Rozelle, and I hope you all had a chance to look at that, because the interchange there was pretty significant. It appears that Gaston County is kind of recognizing that they need, as Shelley pointed out, to step up their game. We've got Mr. Brian Skiba is one of the new department heads over there. I've spoken with him. Mr. Hovis, who is a county commissioner on the planning and zoning part of Gaston County, didn't know that you could put enhanced stormwater conditions as a condition for rezoning. That was news to him. So if you haven't had a chance to look at that interchange in that Rusty Rozelle presentation among Commissioner Keeger, with whom I met, Brian Skiba, with whom I met, Mr. Alm, with whom I met, to talk about these enhanced stormwater conditions, you'll see that they're headed in that direction. They've kind of recognized the correct answer when shown, as we used to say in my former life. So what I want you to do is add the stormwater control mechanisms to this conditions. And there was a question that you had about who's going to be responsible for the accountability. One of the conditions is high hazard silt fence, and they were in the original letter that I sent to the city, high hazard silt fence on the entire shoreline. This is an impaired waterway. It's appropriate to do that. We also had the automated monitoring, and we had the bathymetric surveys. The surveys are done before and after to give a mapping so we don't have a Browns Cove incident that occurred across the river over there. These items are in keeping with your mission of visionary leadership and ours of the Lake Wiley Marine Commission to protect and preserve, to support policies that preserve Lake Wiley. These things are standard operating procedure in Mecklenburg. No reason why we can't do them here. Oh, one last comment. Just a little closing here. I can take some of John's time. The developer wants to change the rules for profit. The Catawba Riverkeeper Foundation and the Lake Wiley Marine Commission want Belmont to change the rules to protect the environment, and that protects everybody. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is John Searby. I live at 397 Lake Wiley Road in Belmont, just a quarter mile downstream from the project site's southern point. And I'm the executive director of Catawba Riverkeeper, a 24-year-old nonprofit organization based in McAdenville, North Carolina, and dedicated to the preservation and protection of the waters of the Catawba River Basin, including the South Fork River and Lake Wiley. One of our organization's 4 priorities is stormwater, and we address concerns about stormwater related to both active and post-construction management. Our request this evening to Belmont City Council is to consider requiring enhanced management practices on the proposed Del Webb project. We believe that these requests are reasonable given the critical nature of this property to the health of the South Fork River and Lake Wiley. As many of you likely know, the South Fork is already significantly impaired, and rapid development across Gaston County has further impaired the South Fork for bacteria and turbidity due to increased stormwater runoff from impervious surfaces created by both residential and commercial development. The project is particularly important because it is the last large undeveloped parcel with direct connection to the South Fork, and the area where it lies is just above the junction of the South Fork with the main body of Lake Wiley, which is an area that has seen massive sedimentation loading in recent years. Through the planning and zoning process, we have made recommendations on this project in conjunction and partnership with Lake Wiley Marine Commission. We have also met with the developer team several times, and we greatly appreciate their willingness to make this project a positive one from an environmental standpoint. We would ask that you consider requiring 2 requests that planning and zoning did not recommend that were proposed. These include automated monitoring of the sediment basin discharges into the coves and bathymetric surveys or bottom mapping. I'm happy to answer questions about those if you have them. All of these requirements are standard operating procedure for rezoning of waterfront and watershed critical areas in Mecklenburg County, and we all know that Lake Wiley is bordered by Mecklenburg, Gaston, and York, so we would like to see all municipalities on the lake raise their standards to the highest level of protection to ensure that the lake's enjoyable for generations to come. Belmont can be a much needed example for Gaston County in this regards. We know that this project is important to Del Webb and to Belmont. We are not opposed to the development itself. However, bathymetric surveys, automated monitoring, in addition to the best management practices already agreed to, will profit everyone. It will protect the water from further degradation. It will protect property values of Belmont residents, including those in this new community, and it will ensure a safe experience for all users of the lake. On behalf of the more than 5,800 members of Catawba Riverkeeper across about 5,000 square miles in North and South Carolina, I ask that you require these recognized additional conditions for rezoning already in use by others on Lake Wiley today to protect this impaired waterway. Thank you.
Let's assume not everybody did real well in biology for a second. Can you go into more detail on automated monitoring and the bathymetric surveying? Can you not to use too much time, people's time, but if you could, on a high level, just explain what you're asking for, what that means.
Yeah, so they work in conjunction with each other. So bathymetric surveys would be the first step of this. This is basically a picture of the bottom of the riverbed in the coves that feed off of the perennial streams on this property, directly on the South Fork. So imagine you're taking an MRI of the bottom of the river, and you're determining the depth of the riverbed at those areas. The purpose of this is to establish a baseline of the depth of sedimentation load in those coves prior to development. The best example of this on Lake Wylie is at the River District site. Recognizing that's a much larger site by acreage. They did surveys ahead of time, and really this is a protection for the developer from our standpoint to ensure that the sedimentation loading into the river that happens during this project is not because of the project itself. We all know there are plenty of other things going on upstream of this project that are going to be adding sedimentation loading. So studying those and photographing those, surveying those ahead of time, give us a baseline. When the project's completed, you come back, you do another MRI, and you set a reasonable level of expectation of what would be allowed. Anything above or above that limit would be required to be dredged out.
And what dirt came from where?
So by doing the survey of the cove that is fed from the perennial streams, you can see a little bit on this map. You would assume that by understanding the sediment load in those coves, anything surrounding it during the project would have come from the project itself.
So the
You do core samples. You actually go out, and I got this from Mr. Alm, from the Gaston County folks. If the state would have to come in and do this, they'd have to take a core sample, and they'll drill down, take a core sample out, analyze the sediment, see what's in it. So that's how you do it. That's how you analyze it. So you map it, you take a core sample, and then it tells you, hey, it came from over here. You can't put dye in it or anything like that. You just do a core sample and do that.
So these surveys would be done in the coves?
Yes.
Yes, where the perennial streams run through the property and connect to the river.
So it would seem that if there's any increased sedimentation in those coves, you're not talking about putting it smack in the middle of the river where some stuff from upstream can come and mix in. Now who knows what came from what, but if it's in the coves of this development, I'm not a huge biology person myself, but it seems like that would be clear. Well, I shouldn't say clear, but it would seem like it would stand to reason that any increased sedimentation in those coves inside the development would come from the development.
Correct.
And then you could confirm it with the core samples, because you could actually look at what the soil composition is.
Yeah.
Compare
Gentlemen,
like to like.
okay, one thing to consider here, I did a substantial amount of reading about the Browns Cove situation, and it's not the same kind of thing we're looking at here. So if you've not read that, then that's something to consider. So make sure we have all the information. If we're going to refer to Browns Cove, as I said, that's not what this is. Okay, so just be aware of that.
And
the answer to
the automated monitoring?
Automated monitoring. So automated monitoring is a device that is going to, again, sit in the water, is going to be sampling continuously for turbidity level. Turbidity is how much sediment is in a waterway. Sediment always brings bacteria and other pollutions with it. So we're monitoring for the turbidity. And the reason this is important is that if we see an increase in a turbidity level from the automated monitoring system, it's going to set off alarm bells that something is not right. it's a layer of protection to ensure that all the other things that are put in place are being followed per the zoning regulations. The automated monitoring systems are kind of the last line of defense, if you will. If the cutoff valves are not deployed, if silt fences fall down, if all these other things that happen fairly commonly on construction sites, because you have different subcontractors working, the monitor goes off, someone is told, is notified that you have an issue on the project team side, and they get out there and are rectifying the situation.
There's two different types of those monitors that I showed you in the handouts that are there. One is a post that's stuck in the ground and you monitor this thing. The other is a buoy that's put out in the middle. There's one of the handouts shows that the 10 codes over on the Duckworth side of Lake Wiley, those are the ones that they instituted these parameters for. And again, if this were done over there, it would be required. I didn't get to answer your question, sir. The idea of who's accountable, an additional requirement, although I don't think it really needs to be stated, is that any stormwater condition, any stormwater control measure that's put into place is the responsibility of the developer to maintain. He's responsible. If his silt fence falls down, he's supposed to go put it back up. Okay, so if the monitors that you put in place, they install them, they maintain them, they check them. The bathymetric surveys, they're responsible to conduct those as conditions of rezoning. And as far as accountability is concerned, on the valves that the good folks have agreed to put in, although I don't think it needs to be said, I asked for in number 7 there, the condition of rezoning is that the developer is responsible for the installation, security, operation, and maintenance of the stormwater condition measures that you agreed to. It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
It's not on the city to pay for it. It's not on the developer. They're willing to do a lot of things, and they're very cooperative. We're appreciative of that. We need to go the extra mile.
They've done the extra mile.
I'm sorry. So this monitoring is, I think you called it early warning system. The monitoring and early warning system. So theoretically, if something is detected earlier, it would cost a lot less to clean up than if it happened and then we find out after the fact. And it would be, I think the example given at the meeting was something along the lines of like hundreds of thousands of dollars to fix.
We have a good example actually on this property site right now. It just doesn't happen to be the responsibility of this developer. So Two Rivers Utilities dug 2 new 48-inch pipes underneath the South Fork to serve sewer to the MT land project across the road. When they did that, they disrupted about 10 to 15 acres of land on both sides of the South Fork. Because it's a utility project, they are not accountable to Gaston County. They're accountable to North Carolina DEQ. Well, when we had our most recent rainstorm, the silt fences were down, dumping tons of sediment off of both sides of that into the river. No monitoring system, no project developer on site, and so it took multiple calls to DEQ Mooresville to get them down here to do something about it. So that's really a great case study for why the ambient monitoring systems are a benefit, because it's setting off alarm bells far before anyone from Gaston County would ever respond to a call or a complaint.
And the alarm bell goes by to your cell phone.
Yeah.
So that somebody gets a ding on their cell phone and says, hey, here's the problem. So either Mr. Alm or somebody in the Belmont area to which the signal goes can pick up the phone, talk to the on-site monitor, which is required, and the developers agree to say, hey, we just got an alarm. You want to go check that out, please?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not so interested in enforcement. Okay. Enforcement, you all can figure the enforcement out. I'm interested in protecting the river.
Absolutely.
Okay, and these are the kinds of things that do that. And according to Mr. Rozelle, they work.
Yeah.
These 3 things, the high hazard silt fence, the bathymetric surveys, early warning monitoring system, they work. And the post in the water is cheaper than the buoy. So you can go deluxe or you can go, low key. As long as it works, that's the key.
I have a question. What did DEQ do about it? You said that you had to get them down here from Mooresville. What did they do?
I'm sorry?
What did DEQ, he was referring to DEQ, what did they do about it?
Yeah, so DEQ sent down an enforcement officer. They wrote up a report. They submitted it to Two Rivers Utilities. And it was about a week later that they went out and repaired the silt fences.
Okay. Okay, but did they not have to deal with the sedimentation that they had caused then?
They did not.
Okay.
Neil, let me ask both of you questions. I'm trying to think about what you're telling us in relative terms. I understand traffic better than I do the bathymetrics. I'm more familiar with it as I've worked with the MPO. So I'm listening to you and I'm thinking we have a TIA designed to mitigate the impact on our roadways. And what I'm hearing from you, I mean, in my layman's terms, I'm relating that, and I'm thinking of what you're saying in terms of a TIA for our waterways. I mean, what you're asking for is similar in that you want them to mitigate potential hazards or impacts that the development has on the waterway. So is that a reasonable analogy?
Well, yeah, kind of. It's not only mitigate, but prevent in the beginning. Maybe you're saying we're saying the same.
I've thought along the same lines as Richard, but my one concern is that if you think back to the TIA as we discussed when we went through it, you're only required to mitigate the impact that you cause on traffic. And so I just want to make sure that if we enact these measures, and I think that might be the reason for some of the resistance to these measures from the applicant, that they would be held responsible to mitigate any impact that they caused to the river as a result of their development, and they're not being required to fix other people's problems. And as long as we can satisfy ourselves that we'll be able to tell what is their impact, if any, vis-a-vis someone else's or what might occur naturally, I'm fine with it. But I just don't, I think it's an apt comparison to the TIA, but we need to remember the purpose of the TIA and make sure that that's, their impact. They shouldn't be responsible for other people's impact.
And that's why we're recommending that the bathymetric testing focus on the coves within the property boundary. And, I think it's pretty clear that we, Catawba Riverkeeper, see this as a precedent-setting project. And
there's more to come here.
We want to keep the rivers clear.
This is just the
We want to
first
keep the river clear.
of the Pittenger land. There's more to come. There's also one south of 273, Lakeview Farms project. Okay, so more is coming. If we can establish what the standards are here now, let people come and ask for a waiver from them, rather than us having to come back to you each time and say, could you please put these things in place because we think we need.
Well, I think that that's good advice for what we should do, starting next month or whatever, but we still need to, we still need to decide what to do here tonight.
The first step is the conditional rezoning of this project, and then the next step is get them in our land development.
thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a long 6 minutes. Next, Bridget, you've already spoken, right? You gonna speak again?
Thank you. I would like to. And we appreciate the positive recognition for the movement we've made on the environmental, but I do want to touch on a few things. In terms of Mecklenburg County, they're not required in conditional rezoning. They're requested each time. They're negotiated as a set of conditions. So it's not ultimately a given that they're given every time. It's also important to understand that the instances that you gave, or that they gave, Councilmember Stowe, as you pointed out, didn't have the preventative measures in place that we've already agreed to. We have agreed to the double high hazard silt fence. We've agreed to put it within 100 feet of the river where we are doing work. We've not agreed to put it where we're not doing work because we don't believe it's applicable to put it where we're not doing the work. I think it's also important to recognize on the bathymetric survey, we don't have a basis to understand how much sediment collects in those coves naturally over a 6-month period of time, over a 12-month period of time, or over a 3-year period of time. So to say that we're going to start and measure where we are today and remeasure later doesn't necessarily tell us that that's not what's naturally been occurring over the course of time. I think that they also use the word we assume. We assume that the silt and the sediment is only coming from the site. There's no guarantee that it's not coming from other sources, and there's no guarantee that sediment can't flow from the main channel back into the cove. So we've taken the approach, we tried to do everything we possibly could to do preventative measures across the board, and even treatment measures, making the basins larger, adding the double high hazard silt fence, and collaborating where we could up to the point that we felt it was reasonable for what we're proposing. And I'm happy to answer any other questions or get our civil engineer, who's more of the expert on this than I am.
Let me ask you about this. In this handout, I don't know if you want to look at this or not, what you're saying is in direct conflict with this. It says Mecklenburg County examples, beginning in 2015, continuous automated monitoring units began to be required in addition to the bathymetric surveys for rezonings along the lakefront.
Rezonings are negotiated just like they are here, so I'm not sure. I've worked on River District, and that was something that we negotiated, but it's not a built-in automatic requirement on every conditional zoning that I'm aware of.
Why wouldn't you want to do it as far as like the early warning system? Why wouldn't you want an early warning system? Why wouldn't we, the city, want an early warning system?
So we have the double high hazard silt fence as a preventative measure. We also have people who are on site every day and the Belmont City inspectors that are on site every day. We're not sure how the data will be used because we don't have a target for how the sediment has occurred naturally over time. So it gives a false sense of Pulte's responsibility and accountability for a problem that they didn't necessarily create.
You're mentioning Pulte. Why wouldn't the city want it? Like, regardless if you're Pulte or anybody, if anybody's out there doing anything, why wouldn't we want an early warning system, letting us know when there's sediment rolling into the water? Like, just asking, like, I know you represent Pulte, but why wouldn't we want an early warning system protecting our river?
I think the idea is that you do the preventative measure and then you do a higher level than the typical silt fence they measured had failed on other projects.
But no preventative measures 100%, which I think is the point of the early warning system. If the fence fails and somebody's not out there with eyes on it, how are you going to know that it failed until there's a giant spill in the river?
Mr. Wright. He sat all the way in the back for this.
Good evening, City Council. Matt Reiking, ESP Associates, hired consultant civil engineer for the Pulte Home team. So yeah, I think it's been well discussed here tonight about the enhanced measures, and I think everybody's done a really great job. A lot of great questions. A real quick background: EPA sets federal rules. You got the state setting state rules for stormwater. Then it goes into Gaston County, and Belmont has an agreement with Gaston County to enforce those stormwater rules. NPDES. The city has its own post-construction stormwater rules that we follow in engineering design. And so the minimum is to follow what's in the code, either the state or Gaston County, whichever is more restrictive. And we're following those. Through this rezoning, we've been asked to look at other measures, preventative measures. I'm an engineer. I work in performance numbers. I work in data. I work in things that we can see and know is going to work. Larger sediment basins. I can design a larger sediment basin to handle a larger storm and know what the discharge is going to be. We can control that through pipes and size of basins. We have performance standards on silt fence. We know how much silt should run through there, how much area should drain to a silt fence. The silt, we agreed to do silt bags at the end of these outfalls, which so when the water skims off the sediment basin, flows through the outfall, goes into the skimmer basin, it's an additional measure to come out of the silt bag before it goes off into the river. I know that one of the other discussions that we had was that the vegetative buffer was really important to the river keeper, and between Planning Commission tonight we've actually gone back and increased the vegetative buffer. We have almost 100 feet everywhere. There is a couple pinch points they talked about. Those are at the road connections and some utility lines. Other than that, we're pretty much giving you 100 feet vegetative buffer. And we think those measures are more important. One, have a good developer, which you have here tonight. One, have them hire a competent contractor, and then monitor it, and put in the controls that we're doing, enhanced controls. Those things are going to take care of your site if you do them right. Adding things onto the list and saying they're going to, we can all add all the bells and whistles on our cars, but that doesn't necessarily keep us safe on the road. We need to have a good, like I said, good contractor. They have a third-party inspector. They're measuring after rainfall events. We really considered the bathymetric surveys and the monitor. That's not something we just pushed off. Again, I work in numbers. They talked about assumed, reasonable, levels that are acceptable. We don't have any performance standards to be measured by. We don't know what turbidity level sets the monitor off. When do we get called? Is it 0.0001 or is it 1? So there's been standards and talks about, studies in Washington and Oregon or in North Carolina. We have different soils in Washington and Oregon. So really, we've talked about those things, and if we had, really we wanted to evaluate, and we did. But we need to have black and white numbers to know what we're being measured against. Bathymetric survey is great. We're going to do it today. We're going to do it in 10 years. How much natural sedimentation occurred in 10 years in the cove? Was it 1 inch? Was it 6 inches? And if you're doing all your preventative measures, you could come back and say, well, there were 6 inches there. Is the developer responsible for those 6 inches if it would have occurred naturally without them? Nobody really knows. So enforcement of that, putting that on the developer for this type of project, we just think was a greater ask over the 11 other things that we've already agreed to beyond what is required from the state and the county.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions? Good. Thank you very much.
I want to talk a minute about Brown's Cove. Is anybody in the group read about that? There's one more person, I'm sorry. Okay, well, I'll address it later then, because that has to do with this. So I want to make sure we're clear about it.
David Porter. Let me get up here. I'll be brief. All right. It's tough to walk on.
All right. Good evening.
Good evening.
Mayor, councilman, fellow residents. My name's David Porter. I reside at 5244 Courtyard Lane here in Belmont. My wife Sherry and I moved here a little over a year ago. Now, we've been residents of Gaston County for quite a number of years, but we have long desired to move into this community. And so we're very glad to be here. So what I want to share with you a little bit has been talked about to great length, and that's a traffic impact that we all are concerned about. And I can tell, since I first became aware of the community development plan, how much I've been following it. And I can tell by tonight's conversations how much activity has been spurred in the recent weeks because of the rise in concern of the community. So I want to commend the council and the developer for taking it seriously, because I see a big difference in the attitude that's occurred in the last few weeks. Couple, 3 months, let's say. Nonetheless, like I said, I've only been here a year. And in that 1 year, there's been a dramatic change in the traffic pattern that I experienced in that 1 year. I know the lady here for 25 years probably can experience that as well. But in 1 year, the difference between going from point A to point B, let's take it from Julia or Eagle Road down to South Main Street, as I was coming here today, trying to get here was a long jaunt because the traffic was backed up. And that was without FedEx or the Amazon delivery truck stopped on one side of the road trying to make it a now one-lane road. all of that are unintended consequences that have developed as our community, now our community, I can say, has grown. And so I think that's the appeal that I and Sherry and others in our community are concerned about. We know you can get this right. Make the right decision. Certainly the Del Webb community would be a great asset to our community. And they're a fine organization. I have been in many of their other developments around the states, here in South Carolina, North Carolina and South Carolina. One of the nice things about it is they put some of these commercial real estate areas inside their community. Inside. Not out on the front of our road that's already traffic challenged, so that the folks that the Del Webb community people are marketing to can take advantage of them inside their community. Keep them off the main thoroughfares, which they're not supposed to be out there that much anyway. So you can get this right. We see the progress, but putting that commercial real estate or that commercial village center out into where everybody can access it, serving as a magnet to pull in traffic that's already challenged, I think, is not a good idea. Why not do as they have done in many other communities, put that commercial real estate retail area inside Del Webb, inside their community, take some of that acreage and allow it to go that way. So I know I'm over my time, but I know you're going to get it right. We need this development, but you need to take this to heart. We don't need any more unintended consequences developing, because this is already bad, and it's in just my 1 year's experience. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
I believe, as Ryan reminded me, we also have some comments that Adrian needs to
Yes.
read, and then we can talk about Brown's Code.
Ready, Adrian?
Okay. You probably read them faster. So we received some additional email public comments for the public hearing, both from Cramerton and Belmont residents. So I will read those now in order. We received an email from Carl and Catherine Pendergrass at 5214 Courtyard Lane. It's listed as Belmont. I believe that's across the street in the Cramerton city. We are new residents at the courtyards of Cramerton along Armstrong Ford Road. Our concerns center around ensuring the proposed future traffic patterns for the new Del Webb community have been accurately projected and analyzed. It appears the original traffic pattern data may be outdated and did not capture the full impact of all additional future traffic area. In addition to Del Webb plans, there are two new developments that will impact the traffic patterns. The new large Meritage Nolan Farms housing development currently under construction off Union Road, Highway 274. I would anticipate a high percentage of that traffic will flow to Armstrong Ford Road. Additionally, there is a smaller 10 to 15 new home development closer to downtown Belmont at the end of Armstrong Ford and South Main Street corner across First Presbyterian Baptist Church. We ask officials to be sure traffic pattern projections are post-COVID-19 and encompass all new area developments, plus existing activity in order to make the best travel and roadway decisions for everyone. Thanks for reaching out to get our input. The next one is from David Baker of 2219 Lexington Street, which is in Belmont. My name is David Baker, and I reside at 2219 Lexington Street in Eagle Park. I'm a former Belmont Planning Board member and current chairman of the Rocky Branch Park Committee. I would like to voice my support for the rezoning 462-acre site along the South Fork River to establish a conditional zoning district. We would be foolish to think that vacant land in Belmont will not someday be developed. If this property were to be developed as zoned, it would create single-family development with a substantially higher density than what is being proposed. I commend city staff for taking the time over the past 2 years to work with the developer to generate a plan that offers so much to the community of Belmont, preserving 25% tree canopy, 22% undeveloped open space, creating a new waterfront public park, and increasing the standards to protect water quality of the South Fork River and Lake Wiley watershed are the cornerstones of this responsible development. The over 2 miles of 8-foot wide natural surface trail is among my favorite amenities that will be offered with this new development. Also, development as an age-restricted community means a majority of the residents will be empty nesters or at retirement age. This means that development will not put additional demand on our local schools and will cause minimal traffic increases during peak work commute hours. The integration of a 4-lane thoroughfare will take traffic stress off of South Point Road and add alternative transportation options with bike lanes and sidewalks on both sides. The 13-acre Village Commercial Center will provide local community commercial options to further reduce the impact of roads outside of this new development. I believe this plan provides increased tax revenue and needed infrastructure improvements while balancing tree save and environmental impacts. I hope you see the benefits of this plan tonight and vote to approve this rezoning. The next is from Sarah Adams. She does not give her address. It is my understanding that you are the project planner. This is addressed to Jamie. It is my understanding that you are the project planner for the South Fork Senior Community on Armstrong Ford Road. I wanted to express some of my concerns with this project, specifically the location of the retail buildings. I moved to Armstrong Ford Road about a year ago from Charlotte. The main attraction I had to the Belmont area was the ample amount of green space the city has, along with the small town feel. I believe this is what makes Belmont a unique suburb of Charlotte and what sets it apart from areas like Huntersville and Matthews. I love having the trees and green space across the road from my house. I also like your plans for the park. I think it offers residents the opportunity to enjoy nature and get outdoors. What I don't like in this plan is the location of the retail space being so close to Armstrong Ford Road. A few concerns are that this space, as planned, will potentially look like a strip mall and decrease the overall value of the homes located on this road. Another concern is the amount of noise and road traffic that retail space would create. This is already a heavily trafficked road, and I worry what it will be like by increasing the traffic and reducing the amount of trees that offer a buffer for the noise. Two possible solutions are to move this retail section further back from the road or replace the retail section with a larger park area. The latter, I believe, would increase the overall value of this area. I love the plans for the park space, and I believe this would be better suited for the area along the stretch of the road as well. Creating a larger green space park, I feel, would be more attractive to the prospective buyers of these developed homes, while increasing the overall property value of the already established homes on this road. This green space could provide an excellent opportunity to connect the Carolina Thread Trail through the already established bike path on Eastwood Drive. Another suggestion would be to move the retail center near the river and potentially creating an opportunity for a boardwalk type of area. This would create a unique space for this area and also increase the overall value. This is a massive development plan, and I believe that you need to take special care of incorporating plentiful green spaces in natural areas. I moved here to get out of the city because I didn't like the feeling that I'm on top of my neighbor. I prefer not to live across from a retail business or additional housing development. I would hate for Belmont to lose its more rural feel compared to the numerous other cities that surround the Charlotte area. This next one is from Chris and Candy Carrington of 3411 Shady Cove Court, Belmont. Please consider my public comment for case 2020-02. Belmont does not have the infrastructure available to place 809 houses in this location. Please think of the citizens that live here now. This design needs to be looked at more carefully, and a better road infrastructure needs to be in place before adding these units. And the last one is from J. Everett D'Amelio of 3219 Grange Court. Also listed as Belmont, but I believe that's in Timberlake. I would like to give my input on the proposed development outside of my neighborhood that the city of Belmont is proposing. I would love to welcome the new community next to us. However, I would like to ask that a vehicle sensing light be put in place before construction starts instead of at a later phase. This will ensure that our neighborhood will be less impacted from the additional traffic from both construction and the new residents of the South Fork development. I'm happy to discuss more with you at your convenience. And provided his contact information. So those are all the comments we received.
Thank you.
Now,
I don't want to belabor the point. Have you gentlemen read about the Browns Cove situation and what occurred? Right. All right, I watched Rusty Rozell's presentation, but I also decided I better look at the Browns Cove situation because you had, if I'm recalling correctly, I-485, you had an airport construction project, and you had developers. So what they figured out at the end of this was there's an because Browns Cove had 4 feet of water and was down to about 1.5 feet of water. So the idea was somebody had to take responsibility. So the developers all had to kick in and spend about $500,000, but the cove was not a part of anybody's project. It was impacted with regard to all of this. So to my way of thinking, part of what we're hearing tonight is kind of like what we dealt with the middle school situation. You had people who should have taken care of problems and didn't, and so then we tried to fix it. So I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, and I'm not against it, it's just I think we have to look at all the pieces of this. If you look at the project and the coves there, if their coves are impacted by any sedimentation, they're going to have to fix it, because the people who are buying the houses there are not going to want coves that don't have usable water. So Brown's Cove, as I said, went down to 1.5 feet, so you don't have usable water for a boat of any kind, really. So all of that involved situation here, we need to look at how all that all goes together, not just one piece of it.
Thank you, Martha.
Question. I'd be interested in hearing any thoughts or rebuttal from John or Neil regarding the points that were made by Ms. Grant. So let's say we approve the monitoring and the surveys and we start it tomorrow. What about her concerns that, that might not particularly represent all of the back, what's here today might not give you an indication of the background? Or is it sufficient that if we start it today and we say, all right, here's what's going on before they start, and who knows, because obviously if we approve it today, they're not going to go out and start grading tomorrow, I would assume. Maybe we have enough time before they start doing things that we could get sufficient background information. But I'm sort of hung up on that because I like the ideas, but I just want to make sure, I think it's fair to the developer that if we're treating this like a TIA, that I wouldn't want them to unnecessarily be on the hook for what they did not cause. And so if we pick up something that's troubling, how can we be certain that it's troubling because of something that they did and we're not holding them accountable for other people's messes?
And to add to that, if all that sediment was dumped by the Twin Rivers utility and not taken care of, my concern is that going to shift? Because that's right at their property, for the Del Webb property. So if we're looking at that, I'd like to, that is a concern as well.
Yeah.
So, Mayor Pro Tem, I'll answer your question first. I think the project team, the developer team has a valid point on the bathymetric testing challenges. It would be very difficult without multiple years of data to be able to determine what a typical sediment load is on the perennial stream in any given year. Even if you look back, even if we had many years of data now, our rain patterns are changing so dramatically in the last few years that would be difficult to judge. I would argue that on the monitoring system, that is a less, if we literally put them in the next few weeks, well ahead of construction movement on the site, I think we would have a pretty stable baseline that we could measure off of and have a fairly good baseline to understand if the monitors are being set off by work being done on the site, or if they're being set off by other factors. And I would suggest that if we're trying to determine what a particular level is, that we use the state standards for turbidity as the level that sets off the monitors. There is a written standard for turbidity in the EPA standards that are enforced by the state. And South Fork is very influenced by rain events. If we went out and tested it right now, it would be well below state standards for both bacteria and turbidity. If we get 3 inches of rain tonight, tomorrow it would be 6 or 7 times the state allowable standards. So I would suggest if we're looking for a baseline to measure for those monitoring systems, we use the state level of turbidity.
Also, the way these things are done, I'm a layman, okay? So I've learned all this stuff in the last couple of months. But here's what I have learned. As Councilwoman Stowe has indicated, that if there were a catastrophic event, such as would happen in Violence Code, you would have a baseline that you had taken, and the idea is you do this 6 months before. You take the first bathymetric survey 6 months before ground is disturbed. That's the process that you put in place. And then you do one within a year after ground construction is complete. And you take a look at the difference. Now, there are smart people, smarter than I, engineers and what have you, who can assess, oh geez, we silted up about an inch or so.
Yeah.
No big deal, you know? But if we silted up 8 inches or 10 inches, whoa.
That's a big deal.
Gee, that hasn't happened in years for those people who've lived there. I've lived on Cove down off of in Reflection Point. I put some monitors on, you know, little post office box things on the piling.
Yeah.
I've lost about 2 inches in 12 years. Okay.
Wow.
So there's some smart people can figure this out, and they can take a look at the core samples and decide whether this stuff came from this stuff that just ran off of this construction site to the point where it's a problem or not. But if you don't have the baseline, you don't start. These things came, again, I'm a layman. I relied on the guy who's in charge of stormwater over in Mecklenburg County, Mr. Roselle, who you may have seen him give the presentation if you have a chance to look at it. He's the expert, and he's the one that says, we've done 10 of these things over in Mecklenburg County, and his comment was, they all work. We haven't had a problem over there. Palisades has got 3 in their codes down there, okay? And if their construction goes beyond 5 years, then you have to do another bathymetric survey. Now, this thing's gonna be done in phases, so I don't know how that's all gonna work out. But the idea that you have a baseline, just as you have a baseline with your monitor, is key to making sure we don't have a Brown's Code kind of situation. We have a chance to start this thing now and get it done right. And that's my plea. You know, we're all designed to, you know, your mission is to visionary leadership. Now's an opportunity for that. Our mission statement says, support policies that protect the river. That's what we're trying to do here. So there's smart people who can figure this out. I'm not one of them. There's guys who know how to do it. And I'm relying on the guy who says we've done it 10 times since 2015, and it works and it's effective.
Well, let me, John, your concession that they make a valid point as to the bathymetric surveys, where does that leave us with the request on the conditions? And does it make sense? I understand also what Neil is saying. Does it make sense to do turbidity monitoring without the bathymetric survey, or is the bathymetric survey needed for the turbidity monitoring to have any purpose or use? Because I'm a layman too. I don't understand these things.
Neil and I have slightly different perspectives because I work in 26 counties in 2 different states. So the level of regulation that I see is all over the map. Mm-hmm. And I also work really hard to get both the protections that are already in place, which they ask for, and best case scenario. I'm speaking, Catawba Riverkeeper is comfortable that if we have an ambient monitoring system to monitor for turbidity, and it is placed in the appropriate places where these perennial streams would be impacting the waterway, that our concession would be that bathymetric testing could be foregone.
Thank you. Anybody have any other questions?
Are we still allowed to ask questions after we close public comment? Or is it
Public hearing? I don't think we are, that's why.
Oh, I think so. We can still discuss it.
We can discuss it, but we couldn't ask questions of people.
Well, then, having heard that information, would the development team like to make any other comments?
I think one of the things that I heard said was if we put it in now, we'd have time to see what would happen to get a baseline. I would say that I don't think Mother Nature necessarily gives us an easy by the dots information. Things change. We watch the weather and the conditions and everything change. And so we're not convinced that putting the monitors in now will give us the same baseline. We absolutely appreciate that your point that the turbidity monitoring is not contingent upon the bathymetric survey. Again, we don't have that baseline to go off of. I think historically we have tried to be incredibly responsive through every provision and condition that's been asked for. And our reluctance to agree to this is based on what Mr. Reichen described, was just the inability to clearly pinpoint that any kind of changes were directly caused by us. Matt, I don't know.
Anybody else? Do I hear a motion to come out of public hearing?
I'll motion.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Move this on to considering the adoption of the ordinance. Adrian?
So now you can have the discussion about the rezoning case.
Well, why don't we start with some of the easier points in terms of the fact that the relief, well, I guess maybe it's not as easy a point based on the, the relief they're actually requesting is the changes to the minimum lot width.
Block length.
Yeah, does anyone have, and the block length, does anyone have issues with either of those points? All right, well, that's, now we have the additional condition of the multi-use path as opposed to sidewalk, curb, and gutter along Armstrong Ford Road, and judging by some of the questions, we might need to have a little bit of discussion about that.
I think as long as it's a hard surface, it's good with me. I'm not real sure that a curb and gutter would look appropriate.
I agree with you on that particular stretch of road. It's going to look odd to have some curb and gutter and then have the other.
Stick out. It could be a long range plan, but probably not real suitable for this. I don't, what were you thinking as far as coming up with a hard surface?
I just wanted to lock the language down,
Because there's some where you can like roll little tires through it, and there's some that you can't.
Well, you've got to assume that people will be walking on that with strollers and whatever. So, I mean, we need a hard surface of some type. I just don't want to get to a position what we have with our sidewalks in certain areas of town where we are, we initially had 10 feet, then we're dropping to 8. So we're getting this effect on the boulevard. And so I don't want to see that along this road where we may have curb and gutter, and then we may have, a more natural appearance. I would like for it as much as possible to be, uniform. And I think our code's, set up to give us that appearance. So I was caught a little off guard by this request.
But I think Cramerton set the tone by doing what they did with the property across the road there. They didn't do anything as far as a path or something, and you've got the people living there. So they certainly didn't seem to make this a big deal. So I think we're taking responsibility to make sure you at least do have that.
Well, I mean, it's not a deal breaker for me. It's just, one, lock down the language. And again, I don't want to see curb and gutter, natural, curb and gutter, natural. I mean.
But I think the idea of the greenway too, in other words, the multi-use path, makes sense to me with the greenway because that's going to be right next to it.
With that condition, we can identify it as a requirement for hard surface, 10-foot wide hard surface, multi-use path. The applicant is open to the hard surface. A good example that has been used by the city is, again, the 10-foot multi-use path along the frontage of South Shore. It's a nice meandering path in that setting with no curb and gutter, and it is asphalt and sort of just blends in pretty well. So it could be asphalt, or if you really want it as concrete, that's another hard surface. But just requiring hard surface, unless you really have a preference, that should be enough language to ensure that you get
I mean,
something.
I would prefer concrete myself. Asphalt breaks down a lot quicker.
What are they doing throughout the rest of the neighborhood?
There's concrete, the sidewalks along the roadways are a concrete sidewalk. So concrete is agreeable to the applicant, so a 10-foot concrete multi-use
Would that be something
path.
kind of similar to that multi-use path for Rocky Branch? Is that a concrete?
That is
surface?
a recycled concrete. So this would be more of a 10-foot wide sidewalk, like
This would
where we
be
have
a
a Wilson
10-foot
Boulevard.
wide sidewalk that we just turn,
Okay.
anything over 5 or 8 feet we call multi-use path. It's a sidewalk,
okay,
concrete
okay.
sidewalk.
Yeah.
Okay,
Concrete.
are you comfortable with that?
Mhm.
Okay,
All right. Well, let's see.
yes.
In terms of the other major issues, I've got traffic, commercial, South Fork Parkway, primary access point, environmental, and age restrictions. I don't know if that's even, does anyone have an issue with the
No.
age restrictions and the fact that they're going to stick?
No.
Okay. Does anyone else have any major issues besides that you think we need to discuss? All right. Well, which one do you want to do first? Traffic, commercial, access point of the South Fork Parkway, or environmental? I think environmental might need to be last because I think, so,
Let's do traffic.
okay. All right, let's do traffic.
I love traffic. Well, not,
I thought you didn't like traffic.
well, I love to hate it, I guess is what I should have said.
All right, well,
I feel like you did a good job of asking the questions for clarity. I don't imagine anybody's excited about 800 homes coming to Belmont, but certainly the traffic engineer study, I think they've proved without any doubt that in their professional opinion, the data is accurate. As far as their recommendations, always tough to tell, but there's going to be an increase in traffic. You're going to feel it. But I feel like this is better than 1,500 homes or a plan pre-traffic impact analysis, or if there's ever a situation where we can't apply traffic impact analysis in the future. I feel like we're kind of in the crutch of it here. This is a good recommendation.
I
plus
agree.
they're mitigating 7 and I guess 8 if you count the new intersection. And in my experience, and some of you all have been around longer, but dating back to late 2016 on the planning board, I've never seen a development with more than 2 or 3 mitigation intersections. And so, certainly there's going to be a lot of mitigation as a result of this.
How many of you went down to the Del Webb property down?
Yeah, I think we all
All
went.
of us?
Mhm.
Adrian, let me ask you a question, because Ryan just raised a good question. All right, so if we approve this, we get these intersection improvements. Let's say this was not approved. It's my understanding that the House is considering eliminating our ability to require off-site improvements. Is that a scenario that would impact us here later on? Is that if we did not approve this and we're going to approve a development later on, the House passes that legislation, we would no longer be able to get these intersection improvements? Is that kind of accurate?
If the state changes the law, so the House, the Senate, the governor all agree, and they take away our authority to require off-site traffic mitigation, then yes, that would preclude us from doing that. This is what happened to us with the Belmont Middle School could happen to us on all private development. In the Belmont Middle School, remember we had the TIA, we had lots of intersection improvements recommended. The state says you can't require any of those. The DOT can only consider the safe access to the highway system, so basically the driveway of the middle school at South Point Road. And so there's discussion in Raleigh, let's make that, let's expand that from preclude cities from doing that for school projects to all projects. And in that case, then we would only be able to require safe access onto Armstrong Ford Road at the intersection the entrance to the project, and at Nixon Road at the entrance to the project. So we would not be able to get all those additional off-site improvements. So working with the developer on this project is a way to get those done.
So approval of this tonight, supposing it gets approved, we would be grandfathered in the event that the state moves ahead. We would proceed.
Well, what you've got is the developer agreeing to it, so we're not requiring everybody. That's part of the conditional zoning process, so they can't unwrap that agreement.
Okay.
So it's another way of, not really grandfather, but it's the same effect.
If it helps, it doesn't appear that bill's going anywhere in the House. It's still sitting in the local government committee, and I think missed the crossover deadline.
But the fact that it's agreed to by all parties makes it, you can't undo it.
Okay.
Well,
We're not there yet.
Well, and again, Ryan's right. We're Belmont is put in a situation where we're trying to put 10 pounds of traffic in a 5-pound bag, and we have the roads we have. We have 2-lane roads. We have farm to market roads, and there's not much that's going to change that.
but I also think, and maybe to segue in, on the positive side of the ledger, we get a 4-lane divided portion of the South Fork Parkway, which I think is going to be a much more realistic option to alleviate traffic on South Point Road than any widening of South Point Road, if and when that would ever happen.
Yeah, because we do get the traffic mitigation that the TIA requires, and then the upper third of the parkway, which it's not the full parkway, but it still does tie into Nixon Road.
Yeah,
which,
and I mean, presumably at the point that, the lower 2/3, we come to an arrangement, we can get the rest of it, hopefully, without having to wait for the state to score it. And, who knows when that would ever happen. And it probably wouldn't be the 4-lane divided highway that we're going to get.
That's a great point.
I only make great points.
Yes. So when I was first hired at the planning department here, we were working with the MPO on the preferred alignment of the Belmont Mount Holly connector. So that's been 14 years, and Councilman Turner has been championing this project on the MPO, and we're finally at a point where now they're looking at a little bit more detailed study of it, and it's still not funded. And if it gets funded, it may be a decade, it may be longer before it gets built. We have an opportunity to get it built without taxpayers' money in short order. So this is we've been talking about this for a long time. This is our opportunity to get it done. And the TIA didn't say a 4-lane divided road with a landscape median, sidewalks, bike lanes, landscaping. It just says a road. They've agreed to this 4-lane section, which will set the precedent for the future development south of here to extend that same cross section. So we get what will end up being the first true multimodal, beautiful boulevard in Belmont, and not paid for by taxpayers.
This is just my opinion. I don't think we're going to get this road without a private developer paying for it. I don't.
Well, at least not anytime soon.
Not in the next 10 to 15. I think there's just so much to it.
The pragmatic view is that it's not going to score well enough. You're in competition with other local and regional projects for a finite amount of dollars. So, I mean, he's exactly right. There's a lot of competition for the limited funds, and the time horizon on this road is, if left up to the state, is decades, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And, I do think as part of this also, though, I want to make sure that we get the language right in terms of the primary access point, Cimarron vis-a-vis Eastwood. And I think all of us agree, and the planning board agrees, and Cramerton agrees, and the developer agrees that we prefer the access point to be Eastwood. And so I think we're all, are we satisfied with the language then that we're going to continue to work for solutions, explore options to make that a reality with Cramerton, with the developer, with those property owners at the intersection?
I think that's what we want. I think the matter is, how do we make sure the language is there?
So we've solved traffic. So what would the language, do you have any idea what it would need to look like?
I think that on page 65, it's standard 3, section D, right-of-way availability. It says that it's understood that some right-of-way improvements or some roadway improvements may need additional right-of-way, that the developer would try to acquire the right-of-way, and if the developer is unable to after a good faith effort of 60 days, then they could come to the city, and the city may assist with that. I think that language is sufficient for what we're doing. It's just, and it does say that we could work with the City of Belmont DOT, other applicable agency, Department of Government body. So we could work with our neighbors in Cramerton on this solution.
That language would encompass Cramerton?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so we have it covered then.
So I don't know that you need to change the language. It's just,
Yeah.
you will go on record saying we want to work with Cramerton on this solution.
So I'm guessing that takes care of traffic and the parkway alignment?
So that leaves the commercial site and environmental. I guess we'll hit commercial next.
I think one thing with the commercial site, you're not talking about accessing it, but from that one access point or the two. So it's not like you're gonna have people turning in and out there. So that makes me feel more comfortable with it. The other part of it, I guess from the standpoint of a consumer, it's interesting to me that the people on the other side of the road are concerned, because I'm thinking I might like to have that easily accessible. So, I mean, I'm not pro or con necessarily, it's just interesting, the comments.
I would say, as someone who lives even closer to the Harris Teeter than you, you know, I think it's like less than 4/10, maybe it's like a quarter of a mile from where I'm at. That's a godsend to me. I'd rather go to that Harris Teeter than drive 2+ miles to the Walmart or the old Bilo, which was my options before that was built. You know, obviously commercial brings higher tax rates. And, you know, we saw it at the Del Webb that we visited. And I think, you know, on the one hand, yes, it might attract some pass-through traffic, and some people from outside the development are definitely going to visit it, whatever's built there. But I also think it's going to capture a lot of in-development, internal trips. Then those people aren't out on the roads going to the Harris Teeter, going to Walmart, going wherever. You know, let's just hope they don't build another Chick-fil-A there.
Whoa.
We love Chick-fil-A.
You know, I think there's going to be, you know, again, it's like an offset. There's going to be fewer external trips from the 800 home development, but yes, there's going to be other pass-through traffic that will visit it.
Well,
but in theory, the traffic going there is also traffic, not going to the Walmart or the Aldi or whatever.
you know, our speaker earlier, and I was under the same assumption, because we went to Del Webb and we were listening to them talking about the commercial components serving their residents. To me, that created an image, rightfully or wrongly, that the commercial component was going to be embedded in the community. So I was a little surprised that it was on the perimeter, because that does change the dynamic of traffic. And I think, you know, the people that are looking at this who live around it, I mean, on one hand, yeah, it's convenient to be able to get a gallon of milk. Flip side of that coin, it's a pull factor, and it's going to be pulling traffic, you know, in that normally wouldn't be there during whatever their hours of operation are. So I mean, I kind of get that. I was not expecting that to be on the perimeter.
But would those same people not be any more deterred if we put it interior to the development? They wouldn't want to drive another 2 blocks to get there. I mean, I think it would still be the same issue. And I'm kind of hesitant, and I know what the comprehensive land use plan showed, and that's what surprised me. I'd be hesitant to put it like along the waterfront, because I think we talk about environmental concerns. I think that would cause a lot more environmental concerns than having it up.
And we learned at the Cabin Lofton Riverfront Park, you can't put a boardway along the shoreline, what was requested.
I like the commercial aspect of the project. I think it adds to it. I do live right around the corner. So I think I look at it as convenient, and also look at it as a place where other folks can go without going past my place. It's another option for them.
Yeah.
My biggest concern is how far it is. I don't want to see it when I drive down the
Yeah.
road because it changes the whole dynamic of that road. But if you drive down there and it's down on the slope and there's a tree buffer in, and you got to pull down the road, and then you're turning into the entrance,
And
that's
that's
a big
subject to a subsequent master plan. Would that come before the council, however comprised at such time, or is there a potential that?
Well, it was planned to go through the site plan review process. You can, however, if you wish to modify a condition that the master plan be brought directly back to council for consideration. And unless you have something specifically in mind, if you want a large tree buffer along the frontage, you can specify that now. And of course, it would rely on the quality, again, the quality and size of trees along the street frontage. I know there's some utilities in the area and so forth, utility easement that may prevent some of that, a large tree canopy area at the front, if that's what your intent is. But they are required. In the past, Belmont Town Center is an example of a development that was not subject to the tree ordinance. As you can see, it does have parking lot trees, but it has very limited. There were no trees actually preserved in its development. A very
I've been
limited
reminded.
amount of
Yes.
trees. With the passing of the new tree ordinance, commercial developments are required to retain 10% of their tree canopy, existing tree canopy, and that's in addition to parking lot trees and so forth and general landscaping.
I agree with Ryan in that I would like to know the stores there, but I don't want to see it. And I think that's what happened with Walmart and Lowe's. I mean, you would know they're there if you didn't see the signs.
Okay.
And if we need, we need to have some additional buffering if there's going to be bare spots.
If you'd like to add a condition related to certain width of a buffer along the frontage, landscaping have the building setback, we can work with you, we can work on a condition to address that.
There's also an existing buffer up there and utility buffer there.
Right, there's utilities up front and so.
Well, then do we want to just say it should come back directly to council at such time so that we
Yeah,
can
That
see?
it's master plan?
Mhm.
Okay.
I think so.
They're agreeable to that. So
That's more real time.
Yeah.
that the
See what
master
they come up
plan
with.
come back before council.
All right. Noted that.
So
And that is to evaluate the layout in the master plan, right?
Mhm.
And I assume by city council, you mean planning board and city council as a, or you want just city council?
That's a question. Do
mean,
you
treat it
want
as
to
sort of a
go through the whole
rezoning.
I would think there'd be
process,
some
or
value
just
in
directly
having
to
the
council?
planning board take a look at it first.
Sure.
I'm sorry?
I mean, I think council will know what they want
Planning board and
in
council.
it.
Okay.
Well, all right. What do we prefer?
I mean, because the hard work, I guess I want to say the hard work for the center has been done with regard to identify the traffic study and the location and access points. So this would be a matter of the building layout, parking lot, buffers, tree save area. So it's up to,
So is there a need to have the planning and zoning board involved in that part of it or not?
you can condition it to come directly back to you or go to the planning board and council. It's-
Okay.
it's-
Coming straight to this board,
Okay.
unless somebody has a strong feeling.
Yeah. No, they've done their part. It's basically, we gotta finish it.
Okay. All right. Well, that leaves environmental.
Right, so it sounds like maybe not bathymetric, but do the other part of it. Is that what's your opinion?
Yeah, the advanced warning.
Yeah, this warning system rather
Well, I
than the
mean,
other.
let's put it this way. I'm
I'm
looking
sorry.
at flags.
So did we wrap up? I just want to make sure that I jotted my notes down about the master plans to come directly back to council.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have that, and then I guess now we're moving into the environmental
Yes.
Yes.
discussion. The applicant has indicated they'd like to make another offer related to environmental and like the opportunity to address the board.
Mhm. Okay,
Sure.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
so we can get it figured out.
This will take a minute, Shelley. We've been sitting here listening to everything all night, and we appreciate the level of support and the collaboration that we've had. And we'd like to offer doing one of the turbidity monitors in one of the coves, and we feel like that will start the process of raising the bar and beginning to just set in motion what they'd like to accomplish in other spots by offering one turbidity monitor in one of the coves.
How many coves are there?
How many, yeah, I was gonna say, how many coves are there?
We were debating how you would even define a cove, and so we feel
Yeah.
like there's one primary cove that's at the top of this site, and there are a number of other small coves. And again, we were debating how you would even define how many
Yeah.
there are on the site.
You're right. I'm looking at the plan, I noticed there are several tiny places.
Some are
yeah.
tiny, but we
Mhm.
felt like
I think there's two. There's
So we
one
said
just
one.
below the Armstrong Ford Bridge, and there's one on the southeastern corner of the property after that.
but the one on the southeastern corner of the property would likely be very much impacted by the future phases and other development that when we looked at it.
If that concession is adequate for the council, I would recommend the code that has the premise draining directly at Armstrong Ford Bridge.
Right.
Well, let me ask you, I mean, we have your input as the Catawba River Keepers. What is the input from the Marine Commission on that offer?
Well, one of the ideas is you have a monitoring system so that it gives you indication when you shut the valve on 7 cases. So the fact that there's not going to be apparently there's not going to be any bathymetric survey. I don't know if it's the case, I certainly hope that would be the case. There's 2 codes. Let's monitor the both.
Well, and I, like you, I'm more of a layman than you are in this subject. But to me, it seems like you would want to do the bathymetric surveys to go ahead and establish your baseline. I mean, because in the if you don't have it, then what good is the data that you collect afterwards?
You know, you're right, Richard. The idea is that these things, if you have any questions about it, I went, and I didn't know, I went to the guy who does this for a living, Mr. Roselle, who's the czar of it. That's his slide, those aren't my words, those are his slides, his presentation that he gave to Gaston County. They work in combination, it's a system. You got a monitor, you got a bathymetric survey. If you have a number of violations or indications over a period of time that you've been tripping the monitor and the turbidity's been going on and on and on, and then you take your final bathymetric survey and say, oh, smokes, things cracked up to 1.5 feet from what it was when we started. Doesn't take a rocket science to figure it out, but there are rocket scientists who can figure that out. That's the key. It's been working, it's been proven, it works. That's why I think you do what we asked. You do the 2, you put a monitor in each cove, and you do a bathymetric survey to show where you started and when you're done. It's just kind of common sense stuff. Also, that thing tells you when to shut the valve. You know, well, why put the shut-off valve if you don't have an indication of when to shut? That's the whole idea. So, appreciate your offer, but just like the initial one, it doesn't go far enough to suit me.
I'm amenable to one, and then when you do the second phase, that it moves to that other cove, because that makes logical sense to me.
Bridget, do you have anything to say?
No,
That'd be acceptable for the survey too. If they're not going to be disturbing land near that second cove, the second bathymetric survey can wait until they do. So what Councilwoman Stowe has indicated makes sense. Put the one in the one, and then when you're ready to go to the other, put it in the other. Check it out. It's good for one cove, but ought to be good for the other.
The bathymetric stuff still concerns me because of all the disturbance you've had right in that area and all the shifting that may still be going on there. I would have question about that part of it.
Well, you know, someone was talking about our vision statement, we're a visionary community. I was thinking, what does that mean? Where and when are we visionary? Do we take the lead on this and maybe set the standard for Gaston County so that we are looking at this through the same lens that Mecklenburg County is?
Well, we already are taking the lead because we're doing more than Gaston County even thought about doing, at least at this point. So I think we're making the right steps. I don't know whether we want to step 8 steps, 10 steps, or 20 steps.
Mark?
So, to Richard's point about vision, I think that's a good point. I think that this is an area that Gaston County as a whole is not really addressed adequately, and you can kind of see that. I don't know if you've ever been up that section of the river, but you can actually see the homes that used to be waterfront and are now just, the docks are sitting above giant mud pits, which, if I was a homeowner down there, that would kind of piss me off a little bit. But, so I think there's multiple aspects to this. You've got the environmental concerns with, the turbidity harming the wildlife, the fish, the turtles, I know Adrian loves his turtles. But then you also have, the property impacts too, where if you've got a home that used to be waterfront, or you used to be able to dock a boat, and you can't, I think that's something we need to be thinking about too. Doing these monitors especially, I think makes sense, just as a to me, it almost seems kind of like a smoke detector. Like, you can build the kitchen right, you put in all the right safety equipment, you have the right chefs in the kitchen and whatnot, but you always have that smoke detector up there because, if the fire, you hope you never hear it go off and you hope you never have to use it, but if the fire goes off, you're rather grateful that it's there. In the bathymetric surveys, I do think there's some value in that too. I know this is something, it sounds like there's almost like a chicken and egg problem here where you have to start doing them in order for later surveys to be more useful. And I don't know, maybe I'm misunderstanding some aspect of this, but it sounds like if we don't even start doing them, then it's, you kind of have to start somewhere, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And the other thing too is that, this is only the top third of this whole property. And I think it's important that we set, the proper standard with this section, especially so that we can apply a consistent standard to the rest of development on the lake, and really any sort of development that touches the lake. I think that, I don't know that we've really ever considered it like this before. So, I think that it's important that we do it right.
Well, the person who has the most experience is John, and so I think he seemed okay with doing the monitors and not the bathymetrics, so I'm more in favor of that.
So, are we all agreed on the turbidity monitoring in phase 1 is in the applicable cove, and then phase 2, it's moved to the second cove? Is
Yes.
that what I'm hearing?
That's what I'm agreeing to.
We've been communicating a lot, as you all have seen, because this isn't easy. And it's not easy because it's new territory. And Neil, it's new territory for all of us. And so we've been working among our team. We've been going to other consultants tonight, reaching outside of our team to try to figure this out. I think we are most comfortable with offering 2 monitors, knowing that we can put it in both coves. We can do the 2 monitors. But I think that we would like to leave it there because there's so much certainty on the bathymetric survey.
All
right, so, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's very important that we get this development right, do it the right way. Very important that we do that. And we also need to protect the water as well. So I'm in favor of doing the right thing.
What is the uncertainty? Because to me, the certainty is, if we do the bathymetric, the certainty is we know where we are today. Where is the uncertainty for you? You're saying that you can't quantify, or it can't be quantified where the silt is coming from, and that you may have other people's silt deposited in your cove?
That's correct.
Is that?
And there's also there's not a baseline for how much sediment naturally occurs in the cove, what's happened over the last 10, 15, or 20 years. And so we don't know how much silt has been occurring on a natural basis or where the silt is coming from.
And you know, a whole bunch just got dumped with that sewer setup.
Is that the point of the core samples, though, is you would actually take, stick the auger in the ground and kind of compare?
The stormwater coordinator for Gaston County told me, he said if there was a problem, we could call the state and have them come down and do it. And I've seen the guy walk way through and he's got his core sample, he takes it and you analyze it. So, again, I didn't know the word bathymetric until I started in on this a couple of months ago. But I rely on the people who know what they're doing. It's a baseline, and then it protects against a catastrophic event. We've had several. We've had the one in Browns Cove. We had one on Torrance Creek down in South Carolina. We had one on Bonham Road, where the stormwater control measures gave way and it flooded out these coves. Now, if most of these things that the developer has agreed to put in place, we appreciate that. If they work, this bathymetric will prove that they work. That's the other part of this thing. We use to support the fact that, yeah, we had several of these monitors that went off during the course of this event, but the bathymetric shows it didn't impact the cove adversely. So it works for them or against them, depending on whether stormwater protection can work or not. Again, I rely on the people who do this for a living in Mecklenburg County. If you stack the three of them up, Mecklenburg's the best as far as their requirements are concerned. York has just improved theirs, and Gaston is about ready to catch up based on the presentation that Mr. Rozelle gave to those commissioners on May 11th at our instigation. So we're trying to get people to come along with this.
Neil, when you're saying this, let me ask you one quick question first, just for clarity. When you're talking about pulling core samples, I mean, what I know about that is what I see on TV. I see people pulling core samples. They're laying them on a table, and they're basically looking like a history book when these sediments were deposited. It's a timeline? Is that?
As much as I said, as much as I know about them too.
So it's like rings on a tree.
The 30,000-foot level view here is people who are trained in these kind of geologists or whatever they are able to take a course and analyze it and decide, hey, this 1.5 foot where the silt came from over here, didn't come from upstream. They're able to tell that.
But we don't know how far the over here is. If it's 10 feet, 20 feet, a quarter mile. We don't know how you measure the right here. And that's where
And I think that's fair. So I'd like to suggest maybe a compromise with this. So if the monitoring is agreed to in the two significant codes, how about the developer pay for bathymetric testing similar to what you would do for a TIA to give city council information? There's no enforcement teeth to that. It's just a service that the developer is providing to do bathymetric testing of these two codes to establish a baseline. That data will not be tied to any enforceable act on the project itself, unlike the monitoring that would be an enforceable act at the county level.
And Neil, I believe you said that you were not concerned about enforcement.
I'm interested in if the place gets sediment.
Water quality.
Rozelle will tell you that most of the sedimentation comes from stormwater runoff, and most of the stormwater runoff comes from construction sites. I mean, this is kind of,
Well,
hello.
is John's,
Real world.
are you amenable to John's suggestion?
Sure, but so who's gonna, let's assume we got a big problem, and we say, oh my goodness, we've got 3 feet of silt there because we got a big problem. Who's gonna clean that up?
But if we have 3 feet of silt there,
Yes,
they
I know.
can't use the code, guys. So in order, they're gonna take care of it because their people who are buying the property or lots and houses are not gonna be happy.
If there's no enforcement, why would they
Yeah.
take care of it?
That they're gonna have to monitor that themselves.
I mean, it ultimately will become the residents of the cove, which I've seen other places, to take the responsibility to bring a barge in if they want to.
In the Browns Cove situation,
they had to go to the state and say, look and see all these violations you guys really caused.
Yep. But Neil, that is a big picture thing. Browns Cove was a big picture thing. You're talking about I-485, the airport, and a lot of developers. This
I'd
is
like
not
some
that.
of my time now.
Yeah, this is
if I
not
can.
that.
What do you?
I'd like some of my time to speak.
Mhm.
I've been able to address this. I have my own compromises a little bit as well. And you know, one of the things that I believe is that we can't let what we can't do get in the way of what we can do. And then I think that's going to be true for both sides of this debate here tonight. I feel like we have failed in a lot of ways. We have great priorities as far as the environment and the water, but it's far down our list of priorities, mainly because of staffing and different things. So we rely on our local relationships. With Neil and those gentlemen, we also rely on Mecklenburg County, we rely on Gaston County to help us with a lot of these things that are bigger than we are. I feel like no one tonight has been able to put an objective, quantifiable number around this bathymetric testing.
I agree.
There is no 1 inch to 8 it. Like, we have not been able to quantify that, but we can actually put that in writing tonight and vote on. I think it's very important. I think we need to do this and force people going forward to do it. I do feel like using the state standard on turbidity is quantifiable. It's not subjective, it's there. I don't know what these things cost, but I can't imagine they're too awfully expensive on a project this size that we can't just do it. I liked your smoke alarm. I was thinking you have a crib for a baby and you still have a baby monitor, right? Like, yeah. So I feel like having those two monitoring systems in place starts this process. It raises the standard across the board. And then we move forward with staff to go ahead and tighten the language up even further to do the bathymetric studies going forward. And as far as Pulte and Del Webb goes, I think they've done an admirable job of working with everybody, taking this forward. And to be honest, this is going to be the standard on that whole piece of the property. So, I mean, it's really the property's owners who's responsible for how this transaction takes place. So if this adds cost to your project, it's going to add cost to whoever develops this, whether it's Pulte or Ryan Homes or whoever in the future. So I feel like this is the standard that we're at. I think this is a good compromise. Jim always reminds me, it's a compromise if neither side's happy. So I think that's where we're at tonight. If nobody has anything further, that would be my motion.
As what would it?
Oh, boy.
Well,
Let whoever else talk first.
All right, so you're saying we want to do the bathymetric and possibly write it into our code, but just we don't want to do it tonight?
For this project.
That's
But we would require the advanced warning system.
Yes.
Well,
I feel like between now and codifying this bathymetric study, we can reach out to the rocket scientists and all these other people. But tonight, there is no case for that. There is nothing objective that I've heard from anybody.
I agree.
Let me ask, though, about John's compromise offer. Bridget, what we didn't get a chance to.
I think we're happy resting with the 2 monitors.
I'm shocked at hearing that after our last exchange. Richard?
You know, when he says it's not quantifiable, I mean, to me, if you can establish a baseline, that is quantifiable. I mean, that tells you where you are currently, and if there are changes in the future, you have something to compare it to. I mean, that's quantifiable to me. And
But is it good or bad? Who's it coming from? Or how much is natural versus not natural? And unless you can answer those questions, nobody else in this room tonight has been able to answer those questions.
I think
You're right, I can't answer that, but there are people over, her name is Libby Edwards.
Yeah.
She was on that call with us about.
And I think we can iron a lot of that out to make this happen in the future.
Well, do we want to go to a vote?
I guess I would make a motion to approve the rezoning as conditioned with the additional conditions for a 10-foot wide concrete multi-use path and relief from curb and gutter on Armstrong Ford Road, that the master plan for the commercial site come back directly to council, and that in addition to the current environmental conditions, that we add 2 turbidity monitors with the state standard for turbidity determining what sets off the monitors. Oh,
I think that was already on there.
I'm
was
sorry.
it?
Are we fine with the silt fence?
The silt fence, I think it's there. Yeah.
Okay, and the high hazard,
It's already there.
It's already in there.
Yeah,
okay, the high hazard silt fence is already.
I'll second.
So conditions have to be mutually agreed upon by the city and the applicant.
Mhm.
So just make sure the applicant
Is
is
the
agreeable.
applicant agreeable with all of that?
With the 2 monitors,
Mhm.
10-foot wide concrete path,
Mhm.
and the conditions that Shelley had already
Yeah.
presented.
Is
Not-
the, is the silt
is the-
fencing included?
It
I
was
just-
already, it was
Well,
already
let's,
in
but
there.
I just want to be sure about
Is
that.
the high hazard fencing, I mean, where is it applicable? Is it along the whole shoreline?
In areas where we're within 100 feet or less. Beyond that, our experts have told us it's not necessary to put it in the areas that we're not working. That's the double high hazard silt fence.
And that's already in there. All right.
It is
That was part of the
under
85% of the
It was
condition.
what?
That
It's
was part of the
item
85% they had
7.
already agreed to.
F,
Now, does anything need to
7F, number 2, the second bullet down. So it says it will provide the double hazard, high hazard silt fence installation along the site construction activities if the proposed land disturbance is within 100 feet of jurisdictional streams and wetlands. Standard silt fence may be installed in conjunction, in construction areas, greater than 100 feet from jurisdictional streams, jurisdictional wetlands, and in other upland areas is what's proposed as a condition of this.
Is the language, I think Adrian touched on this, but I don't recall the language to pursue the preferred connection is already
Yeah, that's already there.
codified?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
I did already.
I'm sorry.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Very good, motion carries.
Now-
Thank you.
Now you get to do your part.
I also move that we find this to be, oh, yes. I move that we find this
Anybody
map
can do it,
amendment to
man.
be a reasonable request in the public interest and consistent with the goals of the comprehensive land use plan in the areas of, I think, land use, environment,
Trying to find the ordinance in the areas of land use, mobility, park and recreation, and environment.
park and recreation, and what was the other one?
Environment.
I already-
Environment.
Environment,
Okay.
yeah,
And mobility.
it meets the criteria.
Okay.
All right,
That's my motion.
I'll second.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
I mean, if you're gonna have a cheat sheet, any of us can do that. I thought you had it memorized.
Mayor, that's all we have for the,
Motion to adjourn?
Well, Adrian,
that's all we have for this evening, so.
well, good work, everyone.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
Motion and second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right.